Green paradise.
and I get the privilege of working with these awesome students. That was a lullaby by Lee Wilhelm. Our next piece is completely different. It's called Surrender Rhythmico by Kurt Older. It features Joanne McAvoy, Shane McCorn violin, Kristen Marquez, and James McCoy.
Numbers you're going to honor us with this evening. So before we get with that, since it's now on mic, I want to officially introduce you, because when you speak, those who are listening and watching from home, and we hope there's a few of you out there, wouldn't be able to hear that. So I want to make sure that everyone knows that this is the Dobson High School Strings Orchestra, and it is directed by Mr. Rob Lubers. And we're so appreciative that you are here this evening. It's such a great feeling to come in here and have the ambiance of this kind of music to come and start a meeting. So we so appreciate it. And violin, all the strings that are here this evening have become so popular in music now. It really has, you see it now more often in pop music, in all different varieties of music that we haven't seen before. So you guys have done a wonderful job, and you selected some great instruments to learn and to entertain us with. We again really appreciate it. So we're going to start this meeting with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which you are going to lead. Did you know that?
I have a student who wants to do this.
That would be perfect. That would be perfect. And then we will, what is the name of the student who's going to lead it?
Erica Sucardono.
Erica? Yes, thank you. We're going to have you lead it. Thank you. Following that, we will have a video about what we're going to be doing, the typical video that we show at the beginning of a board meeting. So what we're going to do is we're going to stand, remain standing for a moment of silence, remain standing for Pledge of Allegiance and National Anthem. Okay, Erica, the Pledge of Allegiance.
Welcome to the Mesa Public Schools Governing Board meeting. We appreciate your interest in the district. The 5 elected governing board members volunteer countless hours and serve without compensation. The president and the clerk of the board are elected in January. Under state law, the governing board may only discuss and vote on matters that are on the agenda for tonight's meeting. Agendas are posted a minimum of 24 hours in advance on the Mesa Public Schools website and in the Curriculum Services Center. Copies of tonight's agenda are located in the lobby. Members of the public may speak to the agenda items. If you wish to comment on any agenda item, please fill out a request to address the board form. These forms are also located in the lobby. Before the item is discussed, please submit the completed form to the assistant to the governing board. Members of the public will be given a maximum of 3 minutes to speak. Once recognized by the governing board president, please state your name. We ask that all speakers show respect and courtesy to others. During the second regular meeting of each month, the agenda will include a call to the public, which is an opportunity to speak to the governing board about a school district matter that's not on the agenda. Please submit a request to address the board form to participate in the call to the public. If you want the governing board to consider adding an item to a future agenda, you may submit your request in writing to the board at least 5 working days before that meeting. The superintendent or the governing board president will consider your request. Thank you for your attendance and involvement in tonight's meeting.
you can sit down. By the way, we did call this meeting to order in the other room. I believe we needed to do that again, but just to make sure, we've called the meeting to order. And I just wanted to know, Mr. Lubers, if there's some performances coming up that you'd like to highlight and talk about, or anything else you'd like to say about your orchestra.
Yeah, our winter concert is Thursday, Tuesday, December 10th. On Thursday, December 12th, we will be at the Phoenix Zoo. Zoo Lights will be performing about a 45-minute concert there. Like, should be a lot of fun. Those are the two big things coming up.
So December what again?
The 10th is our home concert at Dobson.
Okay.
The 12th is at Zoo Lights at Phoenix Zoo.
Phoenix Zoo. That will be really fun. I have to write that down because that's a night I can bring my grandchildren and see it at the same time. That's wonderful. Again, we so appreciate you being here this evening, taking the time to entertain us and grace us with your presence, because it was beautiful. We really enjoyed it. So thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, as they are cleaning up and grabbing their instruments, we're going to look at the review of agenda items, and I don't believe there's anything that we need to change. So we are going to go to the review of governing board calendar. Item G.
The only item that I might bring to your attention is at the next board meeting on the 26th, that we might actually do a study session starting at 5, but do a study session to clarify any of the strategic plan items that you may have after tonight. That way we're fully ready to approve that portrait of a graduate strategic plan on that same evening.
What evening did you say?
The next meeting, so November the 26th, that we actually allocate a chunk of times to do a study session. That way we can really get in depth to any of the questions that you might have after tonight, which of course you'll have time to get into that tonight too.
That's it?
That's it.
That's going to be the night before our break for Thanksgiving. Is everyone going to be here? Oh, you're not? Because you're going to have a grandbaby. That's right.
But you'll be able to call in
Yes.
if possible.
And you can
Yep,
vote.
right. Maybe. That's fine.
How exciting for you.
Grandbabies come first.
Okay, next item, recognitions.
Awesome. Madam President, board members, if you'll please join me at the dais for this evening's recognition, along with Mrs. Arlinda Mann, who is our area superintendent for the Dobson Westwood feeder pattern. Sorry. So just a few logistics. We love having our spotlight recognitions. Just to make sure that everyone somewhat knows the pattern for tonight, Ms. Mann will come up in just a moment, recognize our schools. And when she invites you to come up, there's a star on the floor that if you can stand next to the star, it allows us to line up with the cameras and our amazing photographer. And so we'll be able to guide you accordingly. So Ms. Mann, our spotlight recognitions.
Thank you, Dr. Conley. Our spotlight recognitions give us our community a deeper look at how our schools and departments inspire student success. I'm honored to introduce our first spotlight recognition for the evening, which is Guerrero Elementary School. Will Principal Brian Minarsik please come up? We're going to watch a short video about Guerrero Elementary School.
At Guerrero, we change the lives of children by preparing them for the rigor of college today. Everything revolves around the fact that we model and prepare students for college, and we have to model a social emotional community that meets all of their needs to see the academic growth. So everything we do is to push our students in classroom to allow them to enter into junior high ready for the rigor of junior high, high school, and college and beyond. Our teachers have embraced AVID as a way to help kids not only academically, organizationally, but help them with that college growth mindset. We're a partner with the Yale Alumni Association to help get more minority students to get to schools like Yale. A doctor from Banner Health, a Yale graduate, has come to our school and tutored our 5th grade students in algebra to increase the number of students that are going on to MA Math. Our students are such a unique, diverse group of children from so many different backgrounds. So teaching our children and modeling for our children the importance of accepting all, welcoming all, and celebrating differences is what makes our students different. Guerrero is really fortunate to have a strong, committed group of parents. We have one of the best parent educators, family support specialists, who helps break that wall and build that bond between parent and school.
First, thank you, Mrs. Mann, for that introduction. And as I hear those applause, I'll put my one editorial sentence in now. And that is, at Guerrero, we believe we is always greater than me. And today we will celebrate some individuals, but that's because they model the interdependence and support that makes our school such a unique place to be. Guerrero does change the lives of children by preparing them for the rigor of college today. We do this by modeling positive and restorative practices that aid in us reaching the district's proficiency and college readiness goals. I'll first invite Angelique Jimenez, 6th grader, to please join me at the podium. Angelique is an excellent student and a role model. She always supports other students whenever they need help and loves to volunteer to help her teachers as well. She is college bound and represents what it means to be a Gecko: respectful, responsible, trustworthy, and safe. I am honored to recognize you, Angelique, as our outstanding student. And now if Lisa McDonald, our volunteer, would come join me at the podium. Lisa is one of a kind. She's involved in many numerous activities here at Guerrero, including an after-school program for students who are new to this country. She's coordinated translation services and provides English lessons for parents first for our Syrian refugee families and now for so many others. We are fortunate that she's part of the Guerrero family. I am honored to recognize you, Lisa, as our volunteer extraordinaire, representing all the volunteers who come with you 3 times a week. Thank you. And now it is my privilege to invite Catrice Jameson, our 5th grade teacher. Please join us at the podium. Catrice is a captivating teacher whose instructional leadership is both supportive and humble. Students and colleagues will remember her for a lifetime because she genuinely cares for everyone she encounters. She's an exceptional representation of Guerrero's culture. I am honored to recognize you, Catrice, as our educator who makes a difference. And finally getting here just in time, Maria Duvia Azuna. Please come up, our office specialist, and join us at the podium. As she walks up, special assist to Oscar for getting her here. Thank you. Duvia is the first face many see when they arrive at Guerrero, and she makes important connections with students and their families. She loves her job and our community and truly represents what it means to be a Guerrero Gecko. I am honored to recognize you, Duvia, as our customer service champion.
Thank you, Guerrero Elementary community. Now I'd like to thank all of you from Guerrero who are here tonight. So if you're here supporting Guerrero staff, students, could you stand, please? Thank you for coming tonight. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Randy Mahlerwein, Red Mountain Skyline Area Assistant Superintendent, to come to the podium.
Thank you, Miss Mann. I have the pleasure to introduce Red Mountain Ranch Elementary, so could Principal Jacqueline Bycott please come up while we watch a short video?
Hello, I am Jacqueline Bycott, the proud principal of Red Mountain Ranch Elementary School. Here at Red Mountain Ranch, we acknowledge the past, embrace the present, and invest in the future of each individual. Our campus is a fully comprehensive elementary school that welcomes students from preschool through 6th grade. Some of the ways we invest in each student is through daily differentiated instruction, through intervention and enrichment. Our counselor is on campus daily, working with small groups, individual students, and providing lessons to all students surrounding social emotional learning at Red Mountain Ranch. Students at Red Mountain Ranch have many opportunities to become leaders on campus. We are a school that embraces technology. Each of our students has access to a personal computer in their classroom daily. Our amazing dedicated staff continues to challenge our students through innovative and engaging classroom projects, curriculum, and daily lessons. They accomplish all of this through a caring and friendly community. Every day in each classroom, we strive to ensure each student succeeds at the highest level possible. We work together to make sure we do whatever it takes to help our students be successful, both at Red Mountain Ranch and beyond. Thank you, Dr. Mahlerwein. Red Mountain Ranch has been an intricate part of this community for 25 years. We make sure that all of our students are successful both at school and when they leave us and go on to their next things they do. So the first person I'd like to invite up today is Tyler Ochoa, one of our 5th grade students. Will you please join me up here? Tyler has been a model Red Mountain Ranch student since he was in preschool. He consistently follows our Challenger Code of Conduct with every action. In academics, Tyler demonstrates excellent character and perseverance. He's also a great team player, leading peers in games and activities on the playground. We are all honored to recognize you, Tyler, as our outstanding student. All right, next up is Kimberly Gibson. Will you please join us up here? Kimberly Gibson is one of our special education teachers who goes above and beyond daily to make sure every one of her students has what they need when they arrive on campus. She puts in endless number of hours to modify curriculum and does whatever it needs to be done to make sure our kids get what they need. I am honored, Kimberly, to recognize you as our educator who makes a difference. And last but certainly not least, Laura Hamill, will you please join us up here? Laura Hamill is our facility assistant. She comes to work every day with a smile on her face, ready to ensure our campus looks great for our students and staff. She is the first person to jump in and help anyone on campus. She's efficient with her time and provides amazing customer service to our community. We are all honored to recognize you, Laura, as our customer service champion.
Thank you, Principal Bycott. I'd like to recognize the Red Mountain Ranch Elementary community that are here tonight to celebrate with us. If you're from Red Mountain Ranch, could you please stand up? Thank you. I'd like to introduce Scott Thompson, our Assistant Soup of Business and Support Services. Thank you.
Okay, our final spotlight tonight is Printing and Publishing Department. Bet you didn't know we had one of those. It's my honor to introduce Bill King, the supervisor, who will introduce his staff, and we'll watch a quick video.
Printing and publishing is a department that we take much pride in. We print for all the schools, we print for all the departments. It's our obligation to make sure our jobs and our attitudes match those of the district. So when we print, we always have students in mind. We want to make sure that we do everything we possibly can to have printing used along with modern day technology. Our customer care consists of doing things above and beyond. We allow our customers to look at us as a resource center. So if a customer doesn't know what needs to be done, not only in printing, but maybe around the district, we are that resource. We are definitely driven by solutions. We provide solutions for the district. We try to make sure that when we do our job well, that the teachers, the administrators, they can do their job even better. We find it very important to make sure our customers know that we are a resource. As a team, we don't leave anybody behind, and I'm very proud of that. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. The Printing and Publishing Department is completely customer focused. Our top priority is to provide viable solutions to each of our customers' communication needs. David Aranda, our press operator, please join me at the podium. David has the ability to place the utmost importance on every project. It is in his nature to be helpful. David's vast skill set allows for thinking and working outside the box, which eliminates fear and fosters success. I am honored to recognize you, Dave, as our employee who makes a difference. Matthew Scouten, our graphic designer, and Jacob Phillips, please join me at the podium. Matthew and Jacob not only design and create, they solve problems, they instruct customers on the latest technology, and demonstrate best practices. Our clients know if they have any questions throughout the process, these two are just a phone call away. I am honored to recognize you, Matt and Jacob, as our customer service champions. I want to thank everybody for letting us shine our spotlight on printing and publishing department. Thank you.
Do we have any printing and publishing supporters out there? I know we do. We got one. We got two. All right. Thank you guys. Thanks for being here.
So as we finish our spotlight recognitions, it really is the highlight of our meeting. While the work that we do is very important to the lives of our children, these events really help us understand and celebrate the amazing things that are happening in our Mesa Public Schools community. For those of you that might be viewing on online, you can't necessarily see the surprise, but you up front may not have seen. But as one of our amazing educators was being recognized, there was a whole family that surprised her coming in. And it is so exciting to see these opportunities and be part of such an amazing community. So thank you all for being here. Again, thank you to Guerrero. Thank you to Red Mountain Ranch, and thank you to our amazing print shop. We appreciate each and every one of you, and really, as we look over the last really 5 months that we've been in school, that idea of one team resonates as it did tonight. So thank you all for being here. I did also want to recognize that our Spotlight winners receive a certificate of appreciation, a car window cling that celebrates their accomplishment, and an Amazon gift card for personal use from the Mesa Public Schools Foundation. And tonight with us at the foundation as the board secretary is Cassandra McRae. Cassandra, are you available? There you are. Cassandra, thank you so much for your service.
Right, well, thank you. And I don't know if you could tell, but this is probably, at least it is mine, but I think it's all of our favorite part of the meeting. We're glad that all of you are here. We celebrate you, your families. Just great work out there, and we so appreciate you. Thank you very much. The rest of our meeting is going to be just work, and if you feel like you don't want to just sit through all of the stuff that we go through that you may not be so interested in, you're welcome to leave, and we would not be offended. So if you'd like to do that.
So here they go.
Wasn't that the greatest thing I said tonight
Right?
so
It's
far?
but you can watch online as soon as you get home.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Night. Thank you so much.
They were good. They were really good. You know, I bet we could probably talk over them with the consent agenda if you'd like to move on. Yes. Very good. I'll take that and we'll go. All right. The next item on our agenda is item number 5, the consent agenda items. All items listed will be considered as a group and will be approved with one motion. There will not be separate discussion of these items unless a board member or citizen so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as a separate item. Do I hear a motion?
Go ahead. I move that we approve the consent agenda. Or let me start again. We were trained we could say so moved. So I'm going to use the so moved.
Is there any discussion? Anyone have anything they would like to pull or anything at this point? No? No questions? Oh, wait, Jenny?
I did notice that on items E and F, when you pull those up, it says that there's attachments and there are no attachments. So I don't know where those, so when we wanted to know more details about their trip, their packet, and their itinerary, it's in administrative content? No, I'm in administrative content. That's what I'm opening. So when you click on it, it's just a single page. There's no other, it says attachment and there's nothing else. So we assume that they really were approved by SIACS, but we could not verify that on E and F. D has it all. D's like 9 pages, but E and F do not. Okay. And I really appreciate, I don't know if this is the time, but I know that Casey's been doing a lot of extra work to update a lot of our assurances and our memorandums and of understanding, and I appreciate that. It's very good. Thank you.
Okay. So then we will vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we're going on to minutes of a regular meeting held on October 22nd, 2019.
Madam President, I ask that the minutes from October 22nd, 2019 be received and adopted.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item B, also minutes of a special meeting held on October 29, 2019. Motion?
I move that we approve the minutes of the regular meeting held October 29th, 2019.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, certificated and classified personnel requests, Dr. Holmes.
Madam President, members of the board, we're asking your approval this evening of the certificated and classified personnel requests.
Do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the administrative and personnel requests, including the addendum.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. With that, where am I? Board member reports are next. Under, first the superintendent, though. We want to do the superintendent first, right? Okay. On here I have the superintendent and then underneath the board member, so it's up to you. Why don't you go ahead and they'll stay in the order.
Okay, let's get that presentation up on the screen. So it's my honor to provide our board members with the superintendent's report for the last 2 weeks. And as always, we begin with our promise. This morning had the opportunity to be part of the Mesa Police Department community breakfast, and just listening to the partnerships that we have with them and the work that we do each and every day for our family resonates with our promise that each and every student is known by name, served by strength and need, and graduates ready for college, career, and community. We remain focused on our 2023 student outcome goals and excited as we've received our letter grades and be able to present the information to you tonight that we continue to make progress towards these goals, and just a great team effort for all of our students in Mesa Public Schools. We remain focused and aligned with our work this year as we started last year, and tonight you're going to have a deeper dive into strategic planning, but we still remain focused on these 4 areas. As we transition from the budget override into really thinking about what are other ways to increase our budget, we continue to look at the opportunities for grants, community partnerships, and leveraging all of those resources. This is a picture that I had the extreme honor of reading, Thank You, Omu, and this is part of Read for the Record, and it brings together millions of adults and children around the world each year to read the same book on the same day in order to raise awareness about the critical importance of early literacy. It was very refreshing, and I was remembering the times of being an elementary principal where there were lots of hugs and touches and anything in between. So it was a great time to really celebrate their interest in the book. So it was a wonderful opportunity. And we have a short video to describe all of the success that's happening in Mesa Public Schools. Our EdTech TV does such an amazing job putting everything together, so thank you. That concludes my superintendent report.
I'm assuming that'll be up on our website, so there's a link where people can go.
There is, and it'll be able to be shareable on all of our social media accounts.
Oh, good. That was excellent. Thank you. That was very, very good. Brings a smile to our faces. Okay, the next item is board members' reports. We can start either at this end. Would you like to start, Stephen, this time? Or do you want me to start with Jenny?
I should have been prepared, but I wasn't.
Do you want to start with Jenny then?
Sure.
We'll give you time. Jenny, we're going to start with you.
As I was thinking back, and I know we'll talk about it later, of course, our weeks were full of Election Day last week, and we'll discuss that later, but I did have the opportunity to attend the City Swim and Dive Meet a couple of weeks ago on a Saturday morning, and I was so impressed with how well it was run, how well it was coordinated. I saw Steve Hogan there, but I wanted to highlight especially the community partnership with the Ho-Ho Cams who helped put that event on. And as we left, we could smell hamburgers cooking that they provide for those who are in attendance. And it was just a great day celebrating our athletes across the district in those city championships as they prepared in their last meet to go to state. And Keno looked amazing. And I just wanted to thank those people who were involved with that and to give some recognition to that great community partnership we have with the Ho-Ho Camps.
On November 1st, President Miner and I, we took a dive of our own. We took a deep dive into inquiry at Saharis Elementary, and I want to thank Principal Mike Oliver and all of the faculty at Saharis Elementary. They stayed late on a Friday afternoon to help us understand the inquiry method of teaching. And I would particularly want to thank the 5th grade team of James Cook and Jen Coons and Lisa Montgomery and Jessica Pickrell and Christina Stowers. They kind of adopted me, and now they're never going to get rid of me. I'm going to shadow them and learn more about the inquiry method, because what we witnessed at Saharis was, no matter what classroom we went into, a community of scholars where learning was student-driven and it was literacy-based. And when I asked particularly Ms. Montgomery and Ms. Stowers, how did they learn to do this amazing pedagogy? And they said, we learned from each other. Dang, what a concept. So I'm hoping that they'll be willing to teach me and others, and I really look forward to spending a day at Saharis in the future. It was a really interesting afternoon, and I really appreciate their efforts.
Tonight, I just want to say thank you to our community for helping us pass the override. It's been a team effort. It's been a lot of work. It's been a lot of just sharing the wonderful and the amazing things we do. And I personally was very inspired by how many people reached out to me to have the one-on-one conversations to understand, who may not have understood the override and what it was about. And just I'm so appreciative to be able to have this pass and actually be able to enact the things that's going to help our children in our community. Because one of the things that I talk to people over and over again is, we are a school, we do education, but we do so much more that impacts our community. When you look at our parks, you look at part of swimming, you look at our pools, all those different things we touch and impact. So again, thank you so much, Mesa, and I'm excited.
Thing I'd like to highlight then, this last Friday, I had the opportunity to attend the Red Mountain football game. We had a couple of teams that are in the playoffs, both won last weekend, but also while we were there, we were able to watch the Red Mountain Marching Band. The marching band, all 6 of our high school marching bands had qualified for state. The Red Mountain Marching Band, it was fascinating. They had like a teeter-totter, and there must have been like 10 of them out on the field. Each teeter-totter was roughly 12 feet in length by 4 feet. And they would get up, the band members would get up at times, various times, or the color guard, and perform different routines, waving with their flag and whatever. It was fascinating to watch. We have tremendous effort that goes into those performances. I think they put in almost as much time as the football team practicing. From where I'm at near one of the high schools, I can hear the drum corps late into the night sometimes as they practice and participate. And what great experience it is. We had kids that have participated in the marching bands, and it was a great blessing in their lives. So appreciate all the opportunities we have, and look forward then to how the outcome comes with our bands as well as then the football teams.
Well, I really appreciated what Marcy said about Zaharis. That was a great day. It started at 1 o'clock, like she said, and ended at 4:30. But what also, so many things to say about that, but I will add that we had principals from other schools that were there that participated who are interested in how and the learning style that Zaharis has done so brilliantly, and they want to learn and they want to be involved, and I appreciated that they took time out of their day to go over there and to do something that that we all have seen has been a great method, and they want to incorporate in their schools. I'm imagining they do, and so I was very excited to see that day, and told Mike at the very end, Mr. Oliver, that finally maybe his dream is going to come true, where he wanted to see this in other schools of the district. So hopefully that will happen. It's a great example. And last, real quick, I just wanted to piggyback off of what Kiana was saying. I know we're going to talk about this further, and everybody will have an opportunity. But the other event that I attended was on Tuesday night, where we were waiting for the results, and when we heard it, it was a great sigh of relief and excitement and a lot of jumping up and down, and I found out that night that I can actually pick up Marcy and spin her around. That's how tiny she is. I picked her up. All the work and effort that everybody went to on behalf of Mesa School District was so appreciated, and it will be appreciated for years to come. And I just want to say again to Marcy how much I appreciate her and her husband and all they did. They really went above and beyond. So you'll have to give Mike a hug and a kiss for us, because I know. Okay. Jenny, I know you helped as well on the PAC committee. And we want to thank you also, because I know that you spent a lot of time. We all did, but I appreciate your time as well.
I think neither of us reached as many people as Kiana on Sunday Showdown. Is that what it's called?
Yes, I saw it.
I know, so impressive. Yes. So it was certainly a widespread effort.
So thank you, everyone. And with that, let's see, where are we on here? We just
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
I'm sorry, because I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you for the East Valley community. One of the things that I was driven home as we talk about in our school district, one team, but how the East Valley communities got together. I can't tell you how many times someone called me from Chandler, Tempe especially. There was a lot of calls from Tempe to say, hey, can you give me some details to help you do what you are trying to do, pass your override. And that means a lot when we could actually come together as the East Valley. So I'm always go East Valley, because it's all our children.
There were a lot of people behind the scenes. I see Frank over there. I know, Frank, you did an outstanding job. You worked so hard. You deserve an applause, too. Thank you. Oh, and Josh. Josh, are you here? Josh, yes. Thank you, Marcy. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And there were so many people behind the scenes.
And we saw Marlo out at the Friday walks.
Yes, that's right, Marlo. I mean, it was great. We put our heart and souls into it. We put our feet into it. Dr. Conley was on the walks. Dr. Holmes was on the walk. We all were there. Jenny, you were on the walks. Marcy, it was a joint family effort. Everyone did their part, some more than others, but everyone did something. And that's what we needed. We needed everyone to come together. And there were so many, like I said, people behind the scenes that I met at that celebration on Tuesday night that I didn't even know they were doing the work they were doing. So for those who are out there that we didn't even know about, thank you with all our heart. Thank you. And so much more to say. Number 7, item B7, district organizational report.
So that was my superintendent report, so we can actually move on to, that's what that was. We do have a recess at 6:30 at 6 o'clock, so the board could easily move on to one of the discussion items.
Let's do the proclamation
Oh,
first.
I'm sorry, I just skimmed right over that.
And then if Jenny, I texted her on the way in and asked her if she wouldn't mind reading that. It's the American Education Week proclamation.
Proclamation, American Education Week. Great public schools, a basic right and our responsibility. Whereas Mesa Public Schools provides tools to help young people maintain America's freedom and equality. Our schools equip students with practical and intellectual abilities for the future. District staff members serve our community with care and professionalism. Parents and the public are an integral part of our district. Mesa Public Schools unite students, families, school employees, volunteers, business leaders, and elected officials in a common enterprise. Therefore, we do hereby proclaim American Education Week in Mesa Public Schools, November 18th through the 22nd, 2019. Please join us in observing this week by acknowledging the important role we share in helping children grow, prosper, and achieve in the 21st century.
Yes. Okay, we don't need to vote on that, I understand. So, now, to discussion, oh, we do? We do?
You do it, adopt it.
Okay. Then do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the proclamation and recognition of November 18th to the 22nd, 2019 as American Education Week.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now it's official.
Can I ask a question?
You sure can.
Where did we do these, and I've done these now for 11 years, where did these things go? What happens to them? Where do they get published?
So where do they house? Well, I think that will be a great a discussion on item G around policies, handbooks, and bylaws, and creating a very specific place that we house these and can memorialize these and make sure that our public knows that we really support these very important proclamations.
Okay, the question came up from Dr. Conley about our recess. Do you think they would have dinner ready if we did go now? They do? Okay. They are ready. So
and they're saying yes.
I would say that we recess because I'm selfish. I am really hungry. So if we could, I'm going to go ahead and call recess. We're going to go eat dinner. ready to start? Can we get started? You know, when we came in, we had Hawaiian music and a picture of Hawaii. That's where we all should be right now.
Thank you, President Minor. I'll take you up on the offer.
Yes. Yes, let's make a motion. I agree. Okay. That's right. I'm campaigning. I'll promise the moon. Okay, we're ready. We're going to go on to the strategic plan.
I think first Marcy has to make an announcement.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
What happened at dinner, Marcy?
Thank goodness your stomach was growling, because it gave me a chance to check my phone, and we have a new baby, grandson, just born, Alexander Marshall. Yay! The scales at 7 pounds, 5 ounces.
Oh, perfect.
Yes.
That's perfect.
Thank you.
And you're flying out Thursday.
You got it.
Oh, good for you.
We love babies.
So fun. Okay, so do we need to go back into session? We just gave, or from reason?
Yep, come back into session and we'll get going.
Come back and move to go back into session.
Awesome. So we have a team that is ready to provide information to the governing board as we gear up for the approval of our strategic plan based on the Portrait of a Graduate, which the approval is slated for the November 26th meeting. So Chief Strategy and Information Officer Helen Hollins will start off, and then we have a team in place that will join her.
Yes. Thank you. This evening, I am so excited to share the culmination of work from a dedicated group of individuals. We had a steering committee for the governing board to design a strategic plan for your review and approval. And that team has worked tirelessly over the months to synthesize data from multiple sources, to take the opportunity to ask questions, survey our community, and use all of that to bring to you a strategic plan to lead us to the next level. I have with me tonight Josh Buckley, our MEA president and teacher at Red Mountain High School, as our representative of the steering committee to help do our presentation. And I have Jennifer Eccles, our director of Mesa Distance Learning and Personalized Learning, who was part of kind of the core team of individuals who led the strategic planning process. So please know that there are faces and many individuals behind these two that had a key voice in bringing to you the strategic plan this evening. If we can go to that, there we go. You recognize this. We talk about the promise all the time. The promise is probably one of the most audacious goals we could set for ourselves. And I believe that it was with your guidance and Dr. Conley's guidance that we came to the realization that a strategic plan was imperative if we were going to deliver on this promise to our students. So approximately a year ago, you approved an RFP allowing us to begin this journey. And a journey it has been. We're calling this our pathway to the promise, because we have kept that promise in our sights the entire time, knowing that's where we were leading the district. So first, you remember, I'm going to take you through a little memory walk here. You remember the needs assessment that John Ross did for us. He came and presented to you after having visited 13 schools, 66 classrooms, and provided 8 findings to the governing board and the steering committee of what he learned in his time with Mesa Public Schools. The steering committee took those 8 findings and they set out 13 work groups based on those findings and some additional information. Yeah, sorry, Siri.
Legal counsel needs clarification.
Let me work on that, Siri. Those work groups were populated with a variety of individuals, many employees, some community members, some corporate members, to help us work through those concepts that the work groups needed. And we used those to develop recommendations and action steps. I think I put 170, I can't read the slides because I'm vain and I don't have my glasses on right now, but a number of recommendations that were again wrapped around into information from community surveys, surveys, staff survey, student surveys. And we took this through to the point that we were able to bring to you in the summer the portrait of a Mesa Public Schools graduate. That was probably one of the biggest milestones we hit in the strategic planning process. We then had the unique opportunity that the master facility planning process was running concurrently, and they had community groups happening that we could take the actual promise out and review that promise with community members and get reaction. And I know each of you attended those meetings and saw the overwhelming support from the community for the importance of delivering on the Mesa Public Schools profile of a graduate. So now what we are going to present to you tonight is all of the foundational materials that will lead us to delivering on that promise. So what you'll see tonight is a new look and a feel for us. You're not going to see the white piece of paper with the profile or the portrait of a graduate anymore. We're going to introduce you to the living document. As I've said to you many times, the strategic plan is not a binder on a shelf. That's easily forgotten. The strategic plan is going to be a living document, and that living document is going to be web-based. Our web services department is in the process of building that website for us, and most of the material you will see tonight is actually a representation of content from the website. So this will give you kind of a sense of the new look and the feel of what we've been working on. So with that, I'd like to start with where did we come from? We came from Charting Excellence, was our last strategic plan that ended in 2015. And we have lived by the vision, the mission, and the core values of Charting Excellence since then. We adopted the promise midstream toward the end of that strategic plan because it resonated so much with leadership, with our community, and with our staff. So what we are showing you tonight is we would like to maintain the vision of Mesa Public Schools, unprecedented excellence in education. There is a mission statement that we are recommending that we no longer use as a mission statement for Mesa Public Schools, and we adopt the promise as the mission statement, but we will continue to call it our promise because that is meaningful to people. And I know you have it memorized as well as I do because we say it all the time. It's so meaningful to us. We have core values. We had core values in our last strategic plan. I think it's important that as a community and as a district, we state the values that are important to us. Now, some of these core values are updates from the ones that we had, but I think as we go through the presentation tonight, you will see that these core values align very strategically with the strategic goals that Jennifer Eccles will be going through with you. So if you're wondering why the change to the core values and where did they come from, that's where the recommended core values have come from. The first one, and the one that I want to point out right now, is that our number one priority is safety and security. That has resonated in our district for a number of years now, and as Andy Forlis, and Andy, I'm so sorry I didn't mention you yet. I wish Andy was here to co-present because this is so much her work as well, and she will have the opportunity to talk to you at the next meeting about the strategic plan. As Andy pointed out, every message we send to our community, we usually say, safety and security is our top priority. It's our number one priority. So therefore, it has become a core value for us. And the other ones talk quite a bit about our learning, our transparency, our fiscal responsibility, and our accountability. And our collaborative teams, because if you think of the four pieces of our work so far, where we talk about the strategic outcomes, the learning outcomes, the strategic plan, the learning environments, those are our master planning facility, the learning framework, that's the collaborative teams. That really is one of the legs of our stool right now, so we felt it was important that it be captured in the core values. So what you have next to you is I left you a piece of paper that does have the core values listed so that you had it as a reference as we went through the presentation tonight. And hopefully as we go through it, you'll see the core values reflected in much of the work, and you'll see much of the work reflected in the core values. So I'm going to pause at this point and just ask, are there any foundational questions you have? Do the core values as you see them right now, do they resonate with you as words that your community, that you've heard out in your community, what they have been asking you to lead us toward, what you have heard is a priority? Is there anything missing at this point that you can point out?
It may be my naivete, which we all know is there. We don't talk about learning in there.
We feel that the learning is in the promise.
Okay, so we don't say, I'm like, our number one priority is safety and security while learning.
While learning.
We value diversity and believe equity ensures opportunities for all while they learn.
It makes me think of a fortune at a Chinese restaurant, but there's a different tagline you normally put on that. So I'm just going to go with for learning. Yeah.
That's my feedback on it, is that I feel like, okay, I get this, but I say served by strength and need, and nowhere education, that's in our vision.
Okay.
We'll
think about, yes.
I want to figure out a way to incorporate that.
Okay, point taken.
And because we've been doing our governance documents, and really our focus has been on that, our last agenda items, but just even, the education and welfare of students. I think everybody wants their kids to be educated here in Mesa Public Schools, and I too, I'm a little taken aback by, or just, I'm not taken aback, that's the wrong way to say it, but I just thought learning is what we do.
Okay.
And I think when we were talking to a lot of folks during the override, it was all about a lot of things about learning. What do kids learn now, and people are interested in how they're learning, and what's the So I in the core values, certainly safety and security is a huge issue when we talk in the community, but learning is really the number one priority. Value.
Even if it's said at the beginning, as we help, in Mesa Public Schools, as we help students learn, you know what I mean? Like,
so we don't have to say it in every single one.
Yes,
There you go. The implication.
Right. But it's there, because I just feel like we gotta talk about learning, teaching and learning in here.
Mrs. Sears?
I looked at exactly that and said, in our learning environment.
Got it. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for those comments. At this point, I do want to turn it over to Josh Buckley. Josh is going to walk you through some familiar territory, the portrait of a graduate, but then introduce you to some of the supporting information and supporting framework on how we're going to reach the portrait of a graduate.
Hello, everybody. President Minor, board, superintendency. I'm here to talk about the portrait of the graduate. You have seen much of this before, but we're going to look at it now in sort of a different way. So you'll be able to see what this is going to look like on the forthcoming website, sort of how this living document is going to work. So you can see there, we've talked about, and you've seen the essential attitudes before. These are driven by all those group meetings and those work groups and the discussion as a steering committee with the ideas of ethical, inclusive, and resilient. That our students, when they graduate, we want to make sure that they leave Mesa Public Schools and that we foster these ideas from pre-K all the way to 12th grade of being ethical, inclusive, and resilient. So each of those three areas has a key sort of concept for that. So ethical, I don't want to read everything for you because I'm not going to challenge your intelligence that way, but it's all there. So you can see ethical acts with character is of service to others and takes responsibility for one's words and actions. And so this will live this way on the website where you'll be able to click through each one and you'll be able to see what inclusive is, the idea of inclusivity for our students, and then again, that we want our students to be resilient. This is one of those things that registered a whole lot with our community, is this idea of resilience. The work that we did with ALP, and they told us that this is a really they haven't seen this show up in other districts that they've worked with. This idea of resiliency that came from our community, that came from these meetings, was a very Mesa thing. And so that idea of having students who are adaptable, students who learn from their mistakes and are willing to risk and try again. And so those three essential attitudes are sort of the attitudes we want students to leave with when they leave Mesa Public Schools and graduate. The other side of this is we want students to have some essential skills. And so you'll see there are 5 essential skills there. The 5 C's of Mesa Public Schools, just like the 5 C's of Arizona, but a little different. So you'll see the ideas of collaborator, communicator, community contributor, creative thinker and innovator, and critical thinker and problem solver. So you've seen these before. These aren't new. But again, when this document lives on the web, you'll be able to click on each of those and you'll be able to see just a quick glimpse at what each of those means. The idea of a collaborator, the idea of a communicator, the idea of a community contributor, the idea of a creative thinker and innovator, and the idea that we want our students to leave with the skills of being a critical thinker and problem solver. So what we're going to go through now is we're going to kind of zoom in on each of those and show you a little bit about, well, what does that mean? That's just one statement, and a statement is great, but a statement can't help us, isn't going to get the learning done in the classroom with this. So as a steering committee, we've created documents and ideas to delve deeper into each of these. So you can see each of these has essentially I can statements for each of these ideas and each of these concepts. So collaborator, you can see we have a heartier definition of what a collaborator is, and then you'll also see that we have some critical concepts when we talk about being a collaborator. The idea of contributing, relationships, shared decision-making, teamwork, trust, and consensus. And then for each of these, we have a set of I can statements. So we can look at our students and we can say, okay, our students, they would be able to say upon graduation that I can work with others towards a common goal. I can monitor my own and the team's learning. So each of these has that same format where we're giving you a better definition and then we go through I can statements. So you can see the same thing with communicator as well, those critical concepts there, and then the I can statements that when a student leaves, we believe that they'll have these abilities or we're working to go towards getting them to those abilities. So again, the critical concepts and those I can statements for communicator. Then we can see that again for community contributor. Again, the I can statements and the critical concepts, a better definition. And again, for creative thinker and innovator. And then again, you can see that those critical thinker and problem solver. So each of those has those I can statements, all developed out of the work of our work groups and the steering committee and the many, many conversations that we had with community members and students, and as we built this document that's going to help us drive Mesa Public Schools forward. So here's one thing that we're going to zoom in, and we're just going to show you this for one of these. We're going to zoom in, but each of these has this, what we call look fors, and these are sort of how are we seeing this move across the district. You know, we start in one spot and we move to the next. So when we go into classrooms or as educators, we can see and we can go, okay, what am I looking for? So when we talk about critical thinker and problem solver, an educator can go into the classroom, someone from the district can go into the classroom, and they can see where are those students at on this. Are they adopting this idea? Are they adapting it? Are they accelerating? Or are they an advocate for that idea? So essentially we move across this to see what they do. So learners, you can see that when you walk into a classroom, one of the things that we would look at adopt, we could see that that students would adopt goals and learning activities determined by others, right? And as they move across, you can see they develop their own goals and make those decisions. Maybe they define and monitor and reflect on their goals would be acceleration. And if they're an advocate for this, essentially their own personal and group learning, they are owning that, right? So they monitor their goals of themselves and then of a group. And you can see that this moves along for what this looks like for learning facilitators or educators. Same thing, those four areas of look fors. And then you'll see it again. So what's happening as teachers, and then we take this again and we look at leaders. So what are our educational leaders, our administrators, our directors? How are they facilitating these ideas of being critical thinkers and problem solvers? So that was a real sort of quick overview of what you'll have for each of these concepts. So each of these, as we've worked on this, we've put together this idea of what does it look like in the classroom? What are we looking for? So you can see that process there. And then so that's just a little deeper dive. So what are those connections to deeper learning? What does it look like for problem solvers? What's the idea of digital content, one-to-one technology? student agency, how are students owning their learning, and relevant learning experiences. Are we providing authentic, connected learning experiences to promote engagement? So this is sort of, as we move forward, what do we want to see happen? How do we get deeper learning with this? How do we move from just adapting or adopting this idea all the way to advocating for these ideas? And so I'm guessing there might be questions. And I don't know if Helen wants us to wait till the end for questions. Do you want me to answer questions? No. All right. So what can I do for you guys to answer some questions?
So I'm curious. I love this. I feel like this is, like, in my mind, a principal goes in to evaluate a class, and like the whole evaluation is based on, are we seeing, did they use these steps? Are we creating this? Is this how a teacher is teaching? How are we going to help teachers recognize this importance? Because that's who we need to be doing it without overwhelming them in, great, not only do I not have to teach them how to do math, but I have to do it while they create their own goals and collaborate. And I mean, a lot of it's really just good teaching.
Right. So
but
as a classroom teacher right now, a lot of this is embedded into what we do with our current evaluation system. So the ideas of students owning their learning isn't new to our evaluation system. It's essentially all of the highly effective part of the Danielson rubric falls into student-led discussions, student-led questioning. So that's not new. Essentially what we're doing is we're talking about that being an end goal for each of these ideas. So it's not just like, can students own their learning when it comes to math, but it is, can they work together in a group if that's our collaborative idea, right? So teachers are doing this work already in the classroom. I think what we're doing is we're focusing in so that we have a clear concept. So what came out of a lot of these discussions is, well, what does collaboration mean, right? Teacher A might go, well, I collaborate in my classroom, and this is what I see as collaboration. Teacher B says, well, this is collaboration in my classroom. And so what we've done is we've found a way to sort of quantify, well, where do we want to get to? We want to get to this advocate part, right? We're advocating for this. So instead of just merely adapting and saying, okay, we're going to do goals. Your students as kindergartners might set some goals. My son is a third grader, and he had to set some goals for his learning this year as a third grader. And so that third grade class is essentially adapting, right? He's at that part where he is defining his own goals for that school year. So this isn't necessarily new to teachers across Mesa. I think it's putting it in one place. And I think
Can I add something?
Yeah, Jen is going to talk to you about how we're going to give PD on this and what that looks like when it comes to the strategic.
And Jen, if you can hold on just one moment. One of the things that I would challenge the board is to think about, how does the board affect the execution or implementation of the strategic plan? What policies and practices can we direct to make these changes? So specifically around the teacher evaluation, of writing the policy that the teacher evaluation, the principal evaluation, the district director evaluation aligns to the strategic plan. Because we have flexibility within state statutes to do just that.
And I'm going to go back to your comment about how do we make this happen. And I think the starting point is building that common understanding of what these frameworks say. And so that means getting teachers together in rooms and discussing each of these skills and attitudes and talking about the language here. And what does it look like when I'm in third grade and I'm adopting as a critical thinker? What does it look like when I'm in fifth grade and I'm accelerating? So that we have a common understanding. That's the starting point. And then teachers can start to identify, what am I already doing that looks like that? And where do I need to go from here? And so that just means a lot of conversation with a lot of people about these things.
But that's time.
Yes, it is.
That's time, and we've got to give our educators the time. Because why I was so excited about what I saw at Saharis on Friday is that those teachers teach each other. They bring in new people, and they are teaching them how to do that particular method, which the Saharis inquiry method, a lot of this is actually, this good practice that we saw on Friday. So I think what we have to do is give them time, and that's going to be crucial, planning time, but also respect that they are the professionals in the classroom, and we don't necessarily need consultants to come in. As Josh said, we have professionals in our classrooms who can help each other reach these goals. And what I'm seeing is the last L word was leaders. As leaders, we should be modeling this. There are attributes in each one of these that we, as the board, can do. If we adopt them, as we expect others to, this has the potential of greatness.
Yes. And I would say, Marcy, that a lot of the conversation I've heard from community and parents is exactly that. Yes, this is what we want for our students, but we need to start with the adults in our schools modeling the behaviors that we expect. And so the community has recognized that as well.
Love it. I'm just in my mind thinking that when I go visit a campus, I want to say, show me how you're creative thinkers and innovators on your campus. Like, that when a principal says, what do you want to see while you're here? And I want to see some collaboration while I'm here. I want to see some, like we stress in our conversations with that we're here looking for that. Show us or invite us when you're doing a project that aligns with some of these values that you can show us, and I just think it will draw more attention to it as we use that common language, just like your reports, Dr. Conley, have often been about how will we know, what do they need to know, how will we know, your 4 big questions. I feel like our big questions will shift a little bit to this. And, when we have a report, we want to see how are we developing resilient,
skills, right?
Yeah.
Ethical, inclusive, resilient. How is everything
What were some
we're
examples
doing?
in our district of students who exhibited this behavior? Like that, for me, that will be really meaningful.
The other thing I want to point out is we shouldn't assume that learners are students because every single one of us at times will be learners, at times will be learning facilitators, and at times will be leaders. Even our students will fill the leader role sometimes, whether it's because they are the president of a club or they've been asked to lead the charge in the classroom. So we purposely used language to help people understand you can be in any one of those categories and you can be at any level of competency. So we look at adopt, adapt, accelerate, and advocate to be the competencies that we want the district to display cohesively and individually. Many strategic plans that would say year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. And we are saying that we want our students to live in a competency-based model where it's what they know. And that is why our strategic plan is built in a competency-based model. And the beauty of it is, as Josh indicated, is there may be a teacher who is rocking critical thinking and problem solving at the accelerate level right now, who can be the mentor for a teacher who maybe is in the adopt or adapt phase of it. It doesn't mean everybody is starting in the left-hand square. It means that we have a continuum of skills in our district, and what we are doing is we are driving skills to the right. Jen, I think it's you. Are we ready to keep going? Okay. So again, resounding affirmation from the community. I've been in a lot of different rooms with different groups of people, and the reaction to the Portrait of a Graduate is universally yes. These are the outcomes we want for all of our students. That's almost immediately followed up with, how are we going to ensure that's happening for all of our kids? And so the way we're going to get there is through our strategic goals and our action steps. So on the next few slides, I'm going to show you our 5 strategic goals. They are very broad, and each of those goals are supported by specific action steps that will help us accomplish those goals. And when we're done looking at the broad goals, we'll dive deeper into just one of those goals and look at some action steps so you can see how we're beginning to frame those out. So our first goal is to ignite a culture of learning and well-being by fostering individual growth and continuous improvement for all. We will ensure equity by providing equitable access to opportunities, resources, and supports so all learners can engage in and contribute to meaningful learning. We will operationalize college, career, and community readiness by aligning our mindset and practice around the essential attitudes and skills in the Portrait of a Mesa Public Schools graduate so that all students graduate life ready. We will align our human and capital resources to drive the strategic plan, deliver on our core values, and meet the Mesa Public Schools promise. And we will engage the Mesa community by maintaining trust, two-way communication, and transparency with all stakeholders so that our decisions are a reflection of the Mesa community. I'm going to pause briefly there. Are there any big questions about those very broad goals before we dive more deeply into one and look at some action steps?
So they're meant to coordinate with our core values?
There's a lot of overlap. So as we were really talking about our core values, in some cases, we almost felt like we were starting to restate our goals, but we realized that those things are just so embedded with each other that our big goals and what we want to accomplish are very closely related to our core values. So you're going to see a lot of overlap between those things.
Can I look at the, would be the third strategic goal? Operationalize? I don't know what that means.
Would you dumb it down for us, Jennifer?
Well, I think this was a word we struggled over quite a bit because it's a word that says this is how are we going to make that learning happen? How are we going to create the learning experiences that are aligned to that portrait of a graduate? And so looking for a word that means put that into action, and that's how we landed on operationalize. But I'm hearing that it's not resonating, and so we need to look for a better word. Okay, we can do that.
This is the graduate. They're college, career, and community ready. So, maybe we can find another verb.
Okay, we can look at that. Speaking to your point about that this is the heart of it, we spent a lot of time looking at the 5 goals and thinking, is there an order that they should go in? And we could not do that because we firmly believe that all 5 of these things need to be worked on simultaneously to get us to where we need to be, and that it's impossible to prioritize any of these goals over the others. Okay. So the next 2 slides I'm going to show you are action steps aligned to this last goal of engaging the Mesa community. And each of the rows represents an action step. And as Helen mentioned, we've organized the action steps in a competency progression, just like we did with the Portrait of a Graduate look-fors. So if you look at that first action step, it's really about engaging the community in conversation about education. And you're going to see that with each shift to the right, it becomes a little bit more robust in how it's implemented. So at the beginning phase of adopting, we're engaging our community in conversations about education. But if you look all the way to the right at the advocate level, it says ensure that the community is an ongoing and active partner that initiates engagement. Same big idea, but a vastly different description of what that looks like. And so we have 4 action steps aligned to this particular goal of engaging the Mesa community. And the first one's about engaging in conversation. The second one is about understanding the needs and ideas and basing decisions on those needs and ideas from the community. The third one is about identifying resources in the community that will help us move the strategic plan forward. And the last one is about sharing information. So I'm going to go back to this first slide. And our intention as a system is to live over in that accelerate, or to not live, but to get to that accelerate or advocate those columns. That's where, when we're through with this strategic planning cycle, we would like to be as a system. So you might ask yourself, then why not just say that and why have it on this continuum? And we really, in this very large system, want people, sites, schools, departments, to see themselves in this plan, to self-assess, where am I, where are we, and what is my path forward? And having the action steps aligned on this progression allows them to do that. And so even though we eventually, as a system, want to be all the way over there to the right, this gives people a way to see themselves inside the plan and know where they're going next. So you're probably also asking yourself, if you've got the action steps on this competency continuum, how do we know when we've gotten there? And that's what you'll see in the italicized print in some of the steps, things that we're calling KPIs, or key performance indicators. And this is where my eyesight's really going to challenge me. In the first action step under ADAPT, it says that step is engage our community where they are comfortable. So that means instead of hosting events at our schools, we're going to get out into our community and engage them there. A key performance indicator that tells us whether or not we're doing that is we can measure the percentage of district events that are held in neighborhoods and communities rather than our district facilities. That's a quantifiable thing that we can look at to know where we are with that action step. Our intention is to really look through all the action steps, identify all the possible places for key performance indicators, and then on the website have a list of all of our key performance indicators that the public can access at any time. And it will tell them, has this action step been started? Is it in progress? If it's in progress, are we partway there, halfway there, mostly there? Are we there? And so that we're constantly reporting out our progress towards these action steps to the public. So if you look at the second slide with these additional, you can see in that last step, which is about sharing information, we have a key performance indicator that we have just curated a list of opportunities and resources and shared that with our community. That's a really base level key performance indicator. It's important, and that's a starting point. So we will continue to look for the different places that we can do that. So what's next? Well, in just a day or so, the cabinet is going to really go through the other goals, all of the goals, and look for additional places to put in key performance indicators and make sure that that language is really what we want. And so one more review with the cabinet. On November 20th, we have the Strategic Planning Steering Committee coming together with the Mesa Public Schools leadership team, and that'll be a much larger group of people to once again go through the language of the goals, the action steps, and look for more opportunities for key performance indicators with the intention of being able to come back to the board on the 26th with a final draft for your approval. That's the end.
So you'll have, so you showed us these 4 steps under engage the Mesa community, and each one of our goals will have 2 pages like that.
Yes.
With steps and okay.
Yes.
And that's that importance of the living document, that it's going to grow, modify, change as we grow and progress towards the portrait.
Well, and I would say you talked about having a spot on our website that says how are we doing, but really it should probably be on every school's individual page. How are they doing? You know, because it doesn't matter if some of the schools in a different quadrant of town from me are doing great at it and it skews our data, but if my neighborhood school is doing terrible at it, then I think we're doing terrible at it, you know, from my point of view as a parent. So it really should be about an individual school site, not just how are we doing as a district.
Yes, we can dashboard it that way so that we can break down departmentally, school site. Some of that will be self-assessment. They may come up with key performance indicators of their own that they would use to measure their progress. The ones we will set would be district level ones. The other piece that will be part of the living strategic plan is evidence. There's nothing more powerful than being able to share with the community evidence of our progress, not just a numeric value, but be it a video, be it a work product, be it a teacher's testimonial, a student testimonial. Our goal is to have a rich environment that reflects all of the activities going on that's moving us toward the strategic plan so that our community can at any time dive in and learn everything they want to know. I'm hoping they never get to a point where they say, I wish I could learn more about that, and there's not something that they can go to learn more from. So we will be looking for the school community to submit that evidence, that the pride that they have in accomplishments that we can use as part of the living strategic plan.
I would like to go back first and start with what Josh said, that the core values here and what we're looking at really is what a good teacher is already doing and knows this is part of what they do every day. I looked at it when I was involved with this committee as everybody was on the same page pretty much throughout the process. We all were coming up with the same ideas, similar ideas, just different wording. And what it was doing to me was it was like a lens being turned to focus, bring everything into perfect focus. So everyone was seeing exactly the same thing. And I believe that's the message that the teachers will get consistently when you talk about consistency. This is the ability to make that message more consistent and to have what we hear often, the laser focus we want. But I also like to go back to what Marcy was saying about they need to have the time. I would like to add to that one of my concerns, and I would like to express a lot of encouragement and desire from me, and I think the board would agree with this, is that teachers don't need more meetings, more committee gatherings, and all of these different exercises for training that do not align with exactly what we want them to do. When we talk about time, teachers are so heavily burdened now with so many different things that they never have had to be burdened with before. In order for us to accomplish this, we have to be, again, laser focused on every time we ask of their time, that it has to be critical pieces to make it so they can have the tools, the resources, everything they need to accomplish what our expectation is. I see that now, and I believe that goes for the principals as well. When they are being trained or when they're being pulled out of their schools, it better be for a darn good reason. We better be able to see that it goes back to what these items we just discussed and worked so hard and spent budget money to accomplish. It better go back to those ideas. And if it does not, it's all in vain, because we've just burdened them again. We've lost their trust that we have brilliant ideas that we spend time and resources on. But when it comes down to it, we're not being supported for that. We're being burdened with something else. So that is my heavy comment on how this has been a wonderful exercise in zeroing in on what's important and bringing us all together to those points. But if it doesn't get implemented correctly, it's all in vain.
I think if I may, President Minor, I appreciate that comment as a classroom teacher and as, someone who represents a whole bunch of classroom teachers in my role in the district. I think one of the things that we get with the strategic plan that we didn't see in the part of the documents you looked at today is how the operationalize this. A lot of that is, what does our professional development look like? Should that PD should be geared towards this, to that Porch for Graduate. That's in there. What our who we hire, what our contract day looks like. Do we add more days at the beginning of the year and compensate teachers to get that extra training? That's where you as a board come into this. When it comes into prioritizing what our budget looks like, when it comes to prioritizing what directions you give superintendency, what they look at, if you're looking at it through the lens of this portrait of a graduate, if you're looking at it through those essential skills and those attitudes, that if that's what it is, you get to give direction on that. And if we focus it all on this idea of what does a student look like when they graduate Mesa Public Schools, then leaders will make a choice about what kind of meetings they have that they're holding teachers to. They'll go, well, what kind of data do I want my teachers to gather? If collaboration time, that large piece of it is, if collaboration is so important, then we should make sure we give teachers the opportunity, educators the opportunity to collaborate. And so if we look at the strategic plan and we look at the portrait of the graduate, those things are there. It just comes to holding each other accountable to ensure that we're doing that. So all the work that's gone into this, all this stuff that we think is going to be good for students and as best practices for what we do in the classroom, it comes down to the budget that you as board members approve. It comes down to the direction that we give our leadership on what kind of meetings they're going to hold, what those contract hours look like, what that looks like. And as a board, you have oversight into that. So I would ask you that with that in mind, as you move forward and approve a budget, as you move forward and approve, what our school year looks like in the future, that it's done through this lens. So you can make sure that the educators in our classroom, that the leaders across our district have the ability to pull this off. Because this is an audacious, giant move. This is big. We're taking the Titanic of a district, maybe Titanic's the wrong word, but the giant cruise liner of a
Queen
district.
Mary.
There we go. We're taking a giant cruise liner and we're moving it, right? And so that movement is going to require everybody to have focus on what this looks like. And so I hope that as leaders in this district, as board members in this district, you'll take your role when it comes to the things that you have, the levers to pull and the movements to pull, that you'll help us make sure that we can do this goal.
I don't think we have a problem with that at all. I think what we just want to ensure is that the money is being used towards the professional development that is catered towards those goals.
Right.
So that there is validation every time they have to do something that takes their time and their resources that they could otherwise use grading papers or collaborating with their team members is being used for a benefit. That's what I want to make sure as a governing board, when we allocate funds, that's being done, it's followed through.
Wondering if we as a board if this is a good suggestion. I don't know. You know this plan and the goals much better than I do at this point. But you know how when we budget, if we have a budget item, we say where the funds are coming from. What if we were to have budget items and this is the strategic goal and that it's aligned with? Now that puts something on staff, but staff knows the strategic plan.
No.
But if we're going to spend money on professional development, so to make sure that, as Board President Minor said, that these resources are allocated towards a goal, then let's say what that goal is. If we have teachers, when they're doing field trips, say that they're meeting standards, well, we automate those standards, and they're called the strategic goals. So everything we do ought to be in line with those goals. And if we could have staff do that when we have activities or we have budget items, maybe that's possible. Please tell us, Mr. Thompson.
So that is a discussion that we have had to a certain degree. Is it possible? Yes. What I'd be concerned about, and what I would just challenge us to think forward about it a little bit, is that would need to come through a discussion and a framework, right? Because what ultimately I've seen time and time again with budget alignment is it's all for the kids. And we've got to find a way to make sure that the strategic plan items that we're talking about that we want to align budget to, we have to have that strategic lens to think through how that's going to work so that everybody's not just I can shove anything into a category and justify it to you, right? You understand? So we need to be more strategic than just, can I label it in our vision system? Yes. Will that get us there? Absolutely not. It's really about the strategic conversation about how you're aligning your expenditures. And I've talked with districts all over the country. I've talked with many folks who sit in my chair, and if we had this silver bullet, believe me, we'd all be millionaires, because this is not an easy thing to figure out. But it starts right here. We have the framework to start with. We have the place to have the discussion. And now as a community, we have to think about, what does that really mean at the end of the day? Is that class size? Is that materials? I mean, what are we really talking about? Because I guarantee you the person who's passionate about the thing they want to buy is going to justify that reasoning, right? They're going to come up with why this matches one of the items of our strategic plan. We've got to have a better lens than just putting a check mark next to it, right? And so I think challenge given, challenge accepted, because that's the only way we get to a priority budget that is really about this strategic plan. And that is something I'm passionate about doing. I know Mr. O'Brien and the rest of the cabinet shares that idea, but it will be somewhat unprecedented, and we may learn along the way. I hope we do, right? Because we'll be doing something nobody I've seen yet do well, Lots of districts have taken a stab at this, but doing it well will be the big challenge. And it really will take everyone. It takes Josh and his leadership with the teachers. It takes the principals, and it's not just, we're going to check this box. It's got to get everybody trained, everybody thinking in the same methodology, and then really, really having an honest conversation about whether that expense is the right expense for the district. So I agree with you 100% in principle. I'm challenged by what you're saying, and I'm excited about where we're going.
And I think we rely on, the professionals in the room and our
Absolutely.
administrators. Anybody could put a performance objective on their lesson, but how are you doing that? And frankly, that conversation can happen with the professionals on the campus. And I'm talking, and when I'm talking about educators, I mean everybody on that campus, whether it's support personnel or counselors or nurses, whatever it might be. But I totally agree with you. That conversation happens, and then we're all committed, and we all know then where we're going. The implementation is going to be huge.
But today we have the lens to look at the issue, and that's the critical part, right? Because before that, we had lots of lenses. They were all good lenses, but there were lots of lenses. Now we have a focus that we can drive that conversation through, and that's the exciting part about what you're doing this evening.
I think maybe the easiest way to approach that is if it is done appropriately at the level of the teachers and the principals, we can have confidence that when it comes to the budget, we're paying for the things that we would want to support. I think it would be much easier to have some feedback from teachers and principals as to how they feel the professional development is zeroing in on what they need, and we need the communication from them and the collaboration. And when we as a board, I believe, feel confident that our teachers and our principals are being served appropriately with the appropriate resources that they need to do what they want to do, and they're excited about it because they're getting something that they really need, I don't think we need to have it buried down to and broken out in the budget if we know that is happening. That might be an easier way of assessment of value, and then we feel more comfortable spending the money when we know what the teachers and principals are telling us about that. If there's more of a way to assess that way, I think that would be more direct.
That was I had two things I wanted to talk about. First of all was, when we talk about, we don't want to assume that we as a board know what our teachers are going to need to do this. We're counting on you, Josh, to meet with your teachers and take it to meet and confer and say, this is what we're going to need to be able to do this successfully, because we aren't going to know. We can think what we know, but we want to hear from them. I will feel supported in this effort when the district does boom, and if it's possible as a board, we want to do that. We want to support them. My second observation is this. I can tell that the people who wrote these words were also the people who wrote the words at the beginning of the Portrait of a Graduate. If I'm an 8th grade student, I do not know what established reciprocal relationships or leverage resources and you are too smart for me. So I want you to take your wand and wave it back over all of these things, because if I'm a community member and I click read more to learn more, and I open this up, we have a huge segment of our population who's going to go, I read it and I don't know what it means. So take your wand and go back over it and do the great job you did on our Portrait of the Graduate and our I can statements, and do that again here, because I can tell your same authors are all over this.
As I look at the timeline and I'm trying to figure out how I prepare myself then in order to be able to meet the requirement on the 26th of approving the final plan, I'm not sure. One, I have to confess, I'm not even sure where I need to go to see the full plan, not just the little segments that we've seen tonight. So if you could help me with that and where I see it, I'll need to then spend time on my own, if I understand it, going through each one of these. Then I'll probably need some one-on-one time to further understand what some things mean. So if you're looking for me to approve this on the 26th, I've got a lot of homework to do between now and then, is my impression anyway. So how do I get there? What, in order for me to kind of get a feel for what I'm approving?
So we've got a little bit of work to do before it's ready for prime time, and those are the meetings that we want to have on the 14th and the 20th with the, first with the cabinet and then with the leadership team and the steering committee. I would say after the meeting on the 14th, once I incorporate those changes into the documentation, I will be able to release a draft web address to you, and all of the materials will be on there. Know that they're in draft format until you approve them. So that's the opportunity for you to really read through them and let us know this sentence doesn't resonate with me. We can work, we'll try to do a first brush on the changing of the language to get it down to a more understandable content. And that will give you the opportunity to really dig into all of the materials on the draft website. So,
Sorry, go ahead.
I guess clarification for me then, to me, it sounds like the 26th is you're going to present the final draft, but our approval of that will come at some later point. There's no way I could receive it and approve it the same night.
That's perfect. If that's how you feel, we would do a final draft presentation on the 26th with approval on the December meeting, if possible.
I think that it's not so much of course, we love timelines, right? But at the end of the day, what's really important is that you represent the voices that you were elected to represent, and that we want to be able to truly get this right as we move forward. Because while it's a living, working document, we also don't want to rush through just because we said we were going to approve it on November the 26th, right? So, and while we have a lot of other things that are tagging right along with this, our master facility plan, we want to be able to fully listen to the voices that our governing board represents. So, and we do have, of course, the feedback has been wonderful. So we'll take that.
And I believe we said earlier in the meeting that hopefully we'll do a work study on the 26th, which would give you time to discuss as a board in a less formal environment the materials that we've presented. And then we can do the formal presentation again on the 26th, do any final work for the December meeting.
If I can encourage us, this is this is a heavy lift for our district. And what's been said is being the largest district, being the largest employer, this is a big task. And I'm going to go down just a quick rabbit hole. I don't know if any of you have read the book Cathedral Within. And it talks about the cathedral makers and how it took hundreds of years to make cathedrals. But the foundation that you lay is so incredibly important. And that's really, I applaud you for the efforts of being able to get this task started and off the ground, because it really will reap hundreds of years of great education to continue the Mesa legacy.
And just to add on that too, I understand the importance of this and want to give it my time and that it deserves. I mean, you put a ton of time in preparing this, and it has, like you said, lays a foundation for what. And so I don't want to just rush it through and then one night, because at that point I'd just be giving looks good. From a 30,000 foot level, yeah, I can see it, but I don't know. So I'd like to be able to have the time. So once again, just let us know when it'll be available so we can kind of schedule our time, at least my time anyway,
Absolutely.
to be able to take the time to seriously give it a look through and give you feedback at that point on it.
And frankly, we're the ambassadors to the public. So the ambassadors need to be educated. And we need to be able to explain. So it would, if we got to take a little bit more time, I don't want to feel like we're an anchor, but maybe we're a piece of kelp that you're drinking.
A barnacle?
You are not a barnacle, Marcy. You're far greater than a barnacle.
I'm so excited by it. Honestly, I read it and it gets all my yes, this is what we need. This is where we're headed for. This is what we're going. So I'm super excited. So I hope any questioning we do, you frame within that. Like, I love it. Love it. I can't wait to see how it looks going forward.
Yeah, we need to say that because we haven't been saying that, and
it's awesome.
We do feel. I'm excited for the whole process. Has been phenomenal input, collaboration. What you've come up with. Super excited. So we're just going to make sure it's the greatest ever.
Perfect. It's truly been what we've developed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Time well spent. Wow. Well spent. Okay, next is the 18-19 school letter year grades.
Awesome. So Dr. Carlisle is with us.
Finally.
With our Director of Research, and we are proud to be able to give you an overview of the recent release of our 2018-19 school letter grades.
Thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to present on the letter grades. It's always an interesting process as I go to states board meetings and hear them talk about how they want to handle accountability for the schools and what they add in and the discussions that they have. So this is kind of a culmination of a lot of that. One thing I want to start off with is just giving you a little introduction or a refresher, it's probably more accurate, of our state accountability system. It's actually broken up into 3 different parts. So we have an accountability system or an accountability model for our K-8 schools. And this is a pie chart of how each part of the letter grade is made up, what it's made up of. And so you have there 4 different sections. The biggest part of that section is growth scores or student growth scores, which is broken up equally in 2 parts, looking at growth targets. So are our students learning what they should learn throughout the year, along with student growth, which is comparing how a student did, what they did last year and how they grew to this year. And that's what makes up that part of the letter grade. And then you have English language learners and how they are progressing, along with proficiency, and then I can't see that other one up there. What was accelerations? How they're accelerating SPED students and some of our subgroup populations. The other model is our traditional high school model or 912 model. You can see there's a little bit more parts here to this one. One of the big parts is CCRI, which is our college and career readiness indicator, looking at are we preparing our kids for college and career after high school, and different ways we do that. It has our graduation rate. English language learner growth and proficiency is there as well, similar to the K-8 model, along with our subgroup improvement. So that's looking at are we improving proficiency rates among our subgroup populations, and then proficiency for everybody on AZ Merit. The new model that they just approved this year is our alternative model for our alternative schools. There is only one alternative school in Mesa Public Schools, and that's East Valley Academy is the only alternative school. Our other, within the district that we call our alternative schools, our superstition to the state, are actually programs, and because of that, they don't get letter grades. So this one is broken up similar to the the high school model, so you have college and career readiness. There's some different indicators in college and career readiness in the alternative model than there is in the traditional model. You have growth to graduation, so are we helping kids grow towards graduation? Looking at proficiency, again, passing rates on AZ Merit, our EL proficiency and growth as well. In all of these models, there is also opportunities for bonus points that they add into the model after they have decided cut scores and everything else. The cut scores are the same, or the bonus points are the same for each model. It's, for the most part, it's looking at proficiency. It's looking at science proficiency and some proficiency rates there, and also our SPED inclusion. Are we trying to integrate our special ed students into our regular ed classes? To look at how our letter grades broke down, I have a couple of slides looking at this. This slide right here looks at how our letter grades are broken up by the level. So you have our elementary schools are all A, B's, and C's. Our junior highs are more spread out. And then our high schools are all B's and C's. And then the choice success schools there. The choice success schools are our Franklin schools, Mesa Academy, and Summit, both elementary and junior high. And then East Valley Academy is what makes up the choice success school graph there. One of the things that I think is always interesting to look at when we're looking at letter grades are the schools that either changed or stayed the same and how those add. So that half circle graph there is looking at our A and B schools and the percentage of A and B schools that we've had over the last 3 years. So you can see there has been some fluctuation across the 3 years. What's great is we increased in our number of both A and B schools from last year. So that is amazing. And then those other smaller circles are looking at either the change or how many schools stayed the same. So we have 46 schools that maintained their letter grade, whatever it was, from last year to this year. We had 8 schools who decreased 1 letter grade from last year to this year. And then we had 3 schools that improved 2 letter grades and 16 schools that improved 1 letter grade. I think that's absolutely amazing. I can tell you, in working with our schools and in the work that they've done to improve their letter grades, it really is about focusing on the student. And so when I talk to I love it when I talk to principals and teachers and anybody else about accountability. It's always about how can I improve this, but it's ultimately comes down to how can I help students. To look at some of those schools, to break them down, to put some names to those numbers, we had 3 schools that improved 2 letter grades this year: Holmes, Stevenson, and Whittier. All 3 of those went from D's to B's, which is absolutely amazing that they were able to do that. And then the list of schools there that went up by 1 letter grade there. This graph right here looks specifically at our schools who improved to become an A school. So it's not looking at schools that are A's, but looking at the schools who were not A's 2 years ago, but were last year. And the breakdown of where they improved their scores. And what I think is interesting to look at here, these are the big areas for the letter grades for each of these schools. Proficiency points for AZ Merit are growth points. Growth points, just to remind you, the growth points at the K-8 level is worth 50% of a school's letter grade, right there. And then our EL proficiency and growth for our EL kids. So that's, are they passing AZ Merit, and are we progressing them from being in the ELL program to being considered fluent speakers. And you can see that most of these schools were high in at least one of those areas. And so I think it's interesting to remember and to think that one of the things that we can do is if we focus on one or two of these areas, it's a really easy way and good way to get our schools improving in their letter grades. And again, it's not focusing on I want to do this to improve my letter grade. It's I want to do this to help kids, and that improves my letter grade. One of the important things, and one that's been honestly a tough lift in letter grades, but a great lift at the same time, is in what's our College and Career Readiness Indicator. It's new in this accountability model for our letter grades at the high school level. We've had it now for 3 or 4 years, that our schools have to say by kid, what are we doing to get them college and career readiness. Some of the things that are on the CCRI is, did they meet a certain cut score on ACT or SAT? Did they, how many AP tests did they pass? Are they passing AZ Merit? But it also includes things like, did they complete the FAFSA? Did they do a CTE internship? Did they get a CTE license? So there are both academic and career points that they can get. And every high school over the years since we've been doing CCRI has improved their CCRI points, which is worth 20% of their letter grade. And so that's really important. It takes a ton of effort, both on the school and on the district, to not only keep track of this data, but to record it and get it into these spreadsheets. And what we found is that the schools that are more involved in creating that CCRI document that we then have to send to the state that determines their CCRI points, saw the greatest increase in their CCRI points. We have some emails from some of our schools going back way into January about, this doesn't look right, what about this kid, what about that, for our CCRI points for our high schools. And we've seen a great increase in their points. We've also worked to make sure we're collecting that data and we're keeping track of it throughout the year, so we've developed some internal methods to be able to do that as well. One of the things that I want to remind you, if you remember, is last year at the beginning of the school year, there was a presentation done where we set the goal to decrease our number of D&F schools by half this year for this year. And not only did we meet that goal, but we exceeded that goal. We went from 8 schools who were D&F schools to 3 schools who were D&F schools. Keno is a D, but they've been a D for the last 3 years. And according to the state statute, if you're a D for 3 years, you would automatically become an F unless you appeal that to stay a D. And Keno is currently going through that process to do that. Rhodes is an F school this year, but they are appealing that as well. And then Smith, we have talked to, and they will probably appeal their letter grade as well. So, any other questions about accountability or letter grades that I can answer? Yes.
Could we go back to the slide that shows the CCRI? Gosh, you knew. Yes. Why? Let's go one more. The next slide here. Can you explain this a little bit more to me at least? Because I see that Mountain View, Red Mountain, and Skyline are pretty even. And then when you get to Westwood, Dobson, and Mesa, it really changes. Mm-hmm. What happened? Why? I mean, you mentioned a little bit that they worked more on getting that information from you. Is there anything else you could tell us about that maybe? It just seems there's very much of a division there.
Yeah, so the way CCRI works is a lot of the data we have in our internal systems. So we keep track of, as much as we can, kids who take the ACT test, kids that take SAT, the AP tests that they take, and those kinds of things. Unfortunately, a lot of the data we get back, especially from some of those testing companies, we don't have a perfect student match, so we can't match them perfectly. And so what we have to do is we have to match based on name and some other factors. So a lot of times those scores don't match perfectly. We miss scores in our system, and we're doing all we can to try to improve that matching and get that, but we rely a lot on the schools to say, hey, you missed this kid. This kid actually did take the test. You don't have that in, say, in Synergy. And so don't forget that kid got those points. Same thing with FAFSA. FAFSA is actually where we increased some of the most in our points. And what's great about FAFSA is the state allows us to consider FAFSA either an academic point or a CTE point. And so because of the great work that Dr. Garcia did in our Department of Opportunity and Achievement in getting our kids to complete the FAFSA, that helped that. Unfortunately, a lot of the data that we get back from FAFSA, when we try to match it to our students, it doesn't match because of it has to match exactly and on a lot of other things. So we rely heavily on the schools to help us see when we've missed things like, oh wait, that kid filled out the FAFSA and you didn't put that into the spreadsheet. And so as far as research and evaluation does all we can to get as much points as we can using our internal systems. But sometimes those systems miss things. And so we rely heavily on the schools to catch those things that we miss. And the schools that were more involved and that put more effort into looking at and helping us find the things that we missed at the district level improved the most in those CCRI points. Did that answer your question, or did I miss something?
Oh, it did. It confirmed. I wanted to make sure I understood. So it's really a technicality issue. It's not so much a measure of student improvement. It's more a measure of getting information.
It could be a little bit of both. Very much so. So it's hard. It's hard to say exactly where it was. Maybe we did catch all of the points in the past at some of those other schools, and we were missing it at other places. Or so that's. I can't say one way or the other. All I can say is the schools that seemed more involved in it with us and worked with us more closely at the district level saw greater improvements.
When I look at this slide, I think first of all we should have Kirk Thomas and his staff teaching our other schools how to do it, because man, did they do it well. And also our two high schools that improved a letter grade are in the first half of this slide. And if we could get our other three schools to have that same kind of growth, maybe they also would have improved letter grades as well. So challenge laid, and we hope they accept. Because
I can tell you, many of our high school principals have already said, "Yeah,
I look at this, I see this.
I need to do more there."
Yeah.
Because that would get me me there.
Kirk Thomas and his staff to teach them all how, because he's doing a master class at it. Good job.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, I think, Dr. Carlisle, last time you were here, your wife and your son, is it a son?
Yeah.
And I kind of missed them today.
You know, my wife made a joke about maybe I needed to bring in some life-size cutouts. And,
yeah.
And
I hope, just tell them that.
So that I will.
I mean, we like what you present, but they were kind of our favorite parts last time.
They are the best part of me. No doubt about that. I half joke, but am half serious that people like my wife better than than me. She is.
Oh,
she
that's
is-
not true. We love you, but tell them we missed them
She
tonight.
is,
so.
she is absolutely amazing. They are definitely my better half. So I will let them know you guys missed them. Thank
I
you.
hope she's listening.
She probably is.
That's why he's saying it.
He did great. Good job. He was great.
Thank you.
Okay, budget review, item C.
Awesome. Our Chief Financial Officer, Daniel O'Brien, will share some a broad overview of our Maintenance and Operations Fund. Take it away.
Good evening. I think next time we have to look at the agenda to have Robert and then me back to back. We probably need some break in
fluff
there,
there.
some fluff in there in between us instead of the two data guys coming out right behind each other. Good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Conley, Mr. Thompson. As Dr. Conley mentioned, we're kind of breaking out a little bit, getting into some details into the budget, but still kind of a broad view. Tonight we'll be looking at our maintenance and operation portion of our budget, which is our 001 fund. This is our largest pot, if you will, at just over right around $450 million. Okay. So just a little bit of information. Our maintenance and operation is funded off of a state formula. So it is based off of ADM. And if you've remembered from the past couple of years, we've talked a lot about current year funding versus prior year funding. So looking at it, we receive 1% of funding for every day that a student is here from day 1 to day 100. So that's how the state looks at enrollment and then averages out to daily membership. Current year funding requires the district to use current year ADM numbers for their budget. In the past, for some of the board members who have been on for a little while, we used to take last year's 100th day and we lived the whole year through. Several years back, the state changed it to what they call current year funding, and so as I said in the spring, it's a living, breathing document. When we brought up the matrix, now our budget is too. It changes every month. And although we don't bring it to you every month to approve, we only have to bring it to you a few times throughout the year. It is changing as our enrollment is updated. Our enrollment gets updated anywhere between about the second day to about the sixth day of every month. I go through, look at it, work with other staff members to determine if we really have gone up that much or down that much, or is it just errors, are there integrity errors. Every time we upload, or any district uploads, there's always integrity errors, and we go back through and have to fix them. Again, as we spoke last spring, current year ADM numbers change every month, and they all change, but they don't stop changing until July. So last year's ADM numbers, the last change was in July. But if you remember, we approved our final budget in May. So you'll see some changes when I come back to do our revised budget of where some of those changes happened as those ADM changes. So although we approved it in May, our budget is never really final until August or September. But by law, we don't have to bring it back to the board. Okay, for fiscal year 19, as shown last month during our annual financial report, our total M&O budget was just over $430 million. Okay. This is, I'll try to explain this one just a little bit, because I think when I sent it up to Dr. Conley, she wasn't quite sure where I was going with it. So this is looking at last year's operations budget, or maintenance and operations budget, and the numbers won't add to 100% because they're looking at the budget and carving it out in different ways. So if you look there, salaries and benefits, which is everybody inside M&O, not just teachers, is just under 84% of our budget. So of that 100% of our budget, 84 of it is salary and benefits. I mean, that is our main staple, is people, teachers, classroom aides, secretaries, principals, all that stuff. And then I kind of broke that down is, if you look at just our instructional salaries and benefits, which is our teachers and our instructional aides, okay? That is just below 53% of our budget. Not 53% of the 83, 53% of the total budget as a whole. Okay. Utilities, electricity, gas, all that kind of stuff is just under 5% of the total budget. So if you add the 84, about 89% of our entire budget is fixed costs. There's not much we can do about it. We are working on doing some efficiencies in the energy in energy, so we could change that a little bit, but it's really fixed costs. And then I put down there because the Auditor General always sends out the dollars in the classroom report every year. Our instructional spending just in M&O is just under 57%. So that includes our teacher salaries, our instructional aides, but then our classroom supplies and all those other things that we put into that classroom. Okay. The reason it's a little bit higher for M&O than when the pie chart comes out in February or March is because that encompasses almost every fund within the district, and right here we're just looking at M&O.
So obviously these all overlap.
Yes, yes they do. So it will not add 100%. It will not add up to 100%, yes.
I'm not that slow. I figured that out early, but I'm just...
Yeah, they're just different segments and different ways of looking at the M&O budget and what's there. Okay. This was kind of my attempt to simplify what is made up of the budget. Okay, so this is currently our current year budget. So I am going back and forth between fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20. So if we look and say that was higher than what you showed us earlier, it is because it's two different fiscal years. Our revenue control limit is really what makes up a majority of our budget, and that is really our enrollment times the base level amount that our state gets us. And that's pretty much what that number, there's a few other smaller numbers in there, but that is where that formula comes from. And then we get some money for our transportation. We then have our override. We then have desegregation. We have our carryover, our budget balance carryover, which is about $19 million. If you remembered from our discussions in the spring, we did transfer $4.5 million from capital over into M&O to help with the salaries. Prop 123, we get some additional funding for Prop 123, which is approximately $2.7 million. And then we have some other small buckets that make up almost $700,000. So this is kind of breaking down the 453 in the individual formulas of what makes up the budget. So kind of where we can see it, again, showing that the revenue control limit makes up a majority of it because that's our ADM multiplied by our base level amount. And this one's a little bit hard to see, but this is a breakdown of 2 prior years, current year, and then projected for next fiscal year. And it's broken down by the categories that the chart of accounts and the Auditor General categorizes it. So it's kind of the pie chart in a column showing of where the money is broken down. Obviously, the prior 2 years are actuals. This year is proposed as we've proposed and adopted our budget, and then next year is projected based off of the last 5% coming in from the state for the 2020 governor's plan, inflation, and some other items. Okay. And just doing some modeling that we do to show where the raises might be and things like that. Obviously, always having discussion throughout the year on what the budget's going to look like next year. This is just because we like to put things in different forms because people look at things different ways. This shows kind of what I call the budget formula, which is kind of how the formula works to get our budget and then the expenditures. So you can see there that obviously we are diligent with our funds and we do not overspend our budget. So we stay within our limit.
So is that discrepancy then between each one, is that our carryover?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This right here is that difference, just in its own little graph, kind of showing where we've been and where we project to be. The line there shows, for board members who have been on the board for a while, the state used to cap us at 4% carryover. That came off several years ago. So we just kind of I used that as kind of just the general of where everybody's target point is, or where our target point is. You can see, and projecting forward isn't necessarily because we're not doing better. It's because as we project this year and into next year with the strategic plan, the initiatives that Dr. Conley has had, reducing class sizes, getting more teachers into the classrooms, we show that we're using more of our budget to get those initiatives done, so we might not have as much carryover as we've had in the past. And it's not because we're not doing anything right, it's because we're getting those initiatives and using those dollars and getting them into the classroom. This is just the pie chart. I always call it the pie chart. This is very similar to what the dollars in the classroom look like. But again, this is only maintenance and operations. So it's broken down very similar to how the Auditor General does it. We just broke it down into maintenance and operations, one, because that was the theme of tonight. But also in looking at it, when the Auditor General does theirs, our instructional side looks a little bit smaller. And most of that is because it's grabbing funds that have restrictive use on them that we might, capital is capital. You know, some of our title funds can only be used for professional development, or can only be used for OTs and things like that. So I wanted to show a little bit more that we are trying to get every dollar that we can in the classroom. This is just a 3-year comparison of our M&O budget. Obviously, I put the caveat there. That is when the governor and the state put in the 2020 plan. So that's when we got the big raise, the 10% raise. Last year, this year was 5%. Next year will be another 5%. So just kind of showing how our budget is growing. And it's growing because the state's putting dollars into schools again with inflation and the 2020 governor plan. This is just a look at last year's revenues. We get most of our dollars from the state in the state equalization formula, and then we get a small amount from the county, and then our local, which is our taxpayers. So our tax rate. You can hardly see it there, but there's a little asterisk at the bottom. These numbers don't match. I know going over the presentation with Dr. Conley, she says, your numbers aren't matching anywhere. Why aren't they matching? Our revenue, our budget in the state of Arizona, we get budget. And it really has nothing to do with revenue. Whereas other states, the budget is based off their revenue. The main reason that's lower than the 130 that we have is because carryover is in the budget number. It's not in revenue because it's revenue we've received from our prior year that we're just carrying forward. Okay, so there's a big reason why those numbers don't match.
I think I'd also like to point out that this is, I kind of pushed Danny to put this in here partly because I've seen quite a bit this argument that funding models for schools like ESA, which is the voucher program, they are funded at 90%. So the ESAs are funded at 90% of the charter school formula for students. So there's an argument that's going around saying, well, look how much we're saving the state by only paying for 90% of the student. And there's a lot of falsities to that. First of all, that's charter funding, not district funding, and charter funding at a per student amount is higher. Now, charters will argue we get our overrides and our bonds, and they are correct about that. But on a pure state formula budget, they have a higher amount per student than we do. So if you take 90% of a higher number, there's a falsity. Second of all, that is 100% state funded at 90%. Whereas you can see here that both the local community is contributing 35% of the revenue for our students, the county's producing 5%, and the state's only funding 60%. So if you're really looking for a bang for your buck, our school district is the best funding the state has for taking care of kids, because we only cost the state general fund 60% of funding that same child that they're paying 90% of for a voucher program, or 100% of for a charter school, because those two programs are 100% state funded, and our formulas have a equalization formula where our community commits to paying some of our student cost, and the state pays the rest. So I want to be clear that those arguments that 100% state-funded students somehow save us money is not true. And it has been difficult for the general fund. And when you hear about these great growths in educational funding, and again, like Mr. O'Brien said, I commend the governor for the 20 by 20 program and the work that's been done there. But the reality is those 100% state-funded students, both at charter and voucher level, are creating a lot of the growth in state funding for students. So it's very difficult to say somehow that is a fix for education as far as our state is concerned.
And this percentages vary from district to district based off of the formula. So it's
based
not
off your local wealth.
Yeah, it's not 60-40 everywhere. Okay.
I could use the help on the, back on the one that's more the spreadsheet type format that's got the 3 years or 4 years across the top.
I lost it, so I can't tell if you guys can see it or not.
It's the 4-year spreadsheet with the financial. Keep going. Keep going.
Right
there you
there.
go, stuff.
So if you could, in each of those categories, put together a, like for terms, what's in instruction, what's in other operations, student transportation, et cetera, a description of each of those categories, that would be helpful.
Yes, sir.
For today, curious on the drop in the student transportation, running around 25 million, and then it drops to 17 this year, and then up a little bit to almost 18 million. What caused that drop?
Various reasons. Some of that is, part of that is the ongoing bus driver shortage, because remember, these are actuals versus projected. Some of it is the fuel cost. And then some of it is just the general operation of transportation. As we get new buses, they're not as expensive to maintain, they're not as expensive to repair, they're not.
I'd be curious to know on a little more deep dive into what's on those. But that, for me, that would be helpful to have.
Yes, sir. I'll get those two things for you.
Questions?
Great, good job.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, item 10D, budget increase.
Take it over, President Minor. This is just a continuation of all the information, and I do apologize. The final election results were to be loaded, and we can load those here in just a moment and do a refresh. And this is just, we went out to our public asking for a 15% budget increase, and we were able to successfully have this approved by our community.
What was the final numbers? I didn't see the final percentage. Do you know? Does anyone know what the final percentage was?
Like 27%, I think. You mean of total voters?
No, the difference between yes and no.
Did our percentage stay the same?
10.
By
10%
it was-
difference? What?
Okay, that's,
It grew a little bit. It grew, it was almost 7,000.
Almost 7,000 difference, yes. 68 something.
I just, on this item, as we celebrated that night, I was struck by the communities that did not pass their budget increases or their bonds, and I was frustrated by the I was awakened again to the realization that this is not a good way to fund our schools.
and it's such an expensive.
And when we believe in a great public education for every student, it shouldn't matter where they live. They should get the same amount of funding. And it kind of strengthened my resolve to be a better advocate for that at the legislative level. It motivated me to sign up for the legislative training on Friday so I can learn how to do that better. But I just felt like it was while we celebrated for ourselves, we ached for those communities that were not successful in their endeavors, and we join with them in wanting to look for a more permanent and secure way to fund public education in Arizona. So I commit to doing that.
At this point, I really would like to thank all of the volunteers. I know Dr. Conley tells us all the time about one team, but we had Team Awesome. And Team Awesome wrote postcards, they knocked on doors, they talked with their neighbors. They put up signs in their yards, they put up signs on street corners, and they maintained those signs. And there was the 1-800-FRANK number. Sign down at Gilbert and McKellis, Frank. And miraculously, that sign was back up. We had teachers talking with one another's. We had men in blue shirts talking with neighbors. We had community people. We had neighbors at football games. We were chasing ballots right down to the very last weekend. And none of this happens without Team Awesome and Yay Mesa. Yay Mesa.
And it was a bipartisan team. We all came together for the right cause, for a good cause, and that's the way a community should look. We need that more and more. It brought us together in times when there's so much divisive talk. It was a good feeling to all come together for a good cause, for our kids. And my sign on my front yard just happened to appear one day. With flags on it, and it was so nice. And the sticker on my car, it appeared one day. So there were angels out there that were taking care of us. And we appreciate it because it's for our kids. It's for our kids and the people who serve them. So thank you again. Anybody else want to have any comment? Oh, okay. We're still in winter mode here.
You know, one of the next questions, of course, is now what? And as we've talked about, we're staying focused on the three things that we promised our voters that it would be used for. Of course, retaining and attracting our quality educators, ensuring that our schools are as safe as possible, and then, of course, what we've talked about a lot tonight is that college and career workforce ready. As we presented last year, just around that whole idea of an equity staffing model, we've been continuing to look at what are the needs of our students, and that'll be definitely part of what we present to the governing board as we build our budget for this next year. So looking at the support, of course, of classroom teachers, lower class sizes, looking at counselors, social workers, nurses, all of those things that support our students in the classrooms.
You know, you bring up some good point that I meant to bring up also, and it kind of slipped my mind. I would like to commit as a member of the board to making sure that our budget goes to teaching and learning, and that we work hard to allocate the funds appropriately. I know when we were walking around and we were talking to different members of our community, we heard people that said they were concerned that the money wasn't going towards our classrooms. And I took that to heart, and I commit that I personally, and my part of a member of the board, will do everything in my power to make sure it's going to the right places. And we want to ensure that to our community, that we take this seriously, and that we know that when you vote yes to increase the budget, that means you have trust that we do with the money for Mesa Public Schools what we promise to do. And as the governing board, it is our responsibility to make sure that happens. And so I just want those who have ever questioned or wonder where the money goes, and if it goes to where we're telling you it goes, we're going to make sure of that. We will make sure of that. Any other comments or questions?
I'd like to point out that this hopefully will be the last time you'll ever have budget increase on the ballot. it will be budget continuation from now on, because you only had to do the increase for 10 to 15. If you renew 15 in the future, it will now be considered a budget continuation, and it'll never have to be referred to again as a budget increase.
I want to say it's never going to be on the ballot again. That's what I want to say.
We're going to work on that. We've got plans already to try to make some changes, but I agree 100%. This is not the way to fund education.
You're right. We'll celebrate that little win, but hopefully we don't care because it's not going to be on the ballot.
I want to repeat something that Dr. Conley mentioned at least 1 or 2 board meetings ago when she said we're the only state that has to do this every 5 years. No wonder people are skeptical that the money's being used appropriately. They feel like we are asking for more and more when all we're doing is asking for it to be sustained since 1995. And the only reason we increased it to what most other districts in the state ask for is because of the minimum wage and other things that have happened to us, that we don't have the luxury of going out and making more money when our expenses rise. So I want to also mention that as well. Okay.
My only other comment would be is, in my tenure on the board, I'd like for the first time not to be robbing so much out of capital and have more stay in DAA, have Tracy be able to actually have a budget to do with something with curriculum. In the past, it's always been, very little funds left. And so as part of helping students have those opportunities for learning is keeping some budgets for materials to be able to aid the teachers.
Yes. Goes for classrooms. Okay. We'll move on to the master facility plan, item 10E.
We realize that tonight is a very meaty night, and so joining us at the podium will be Executive Director Holly Williams with the Master Facility Planning and the Community Engagement Update.
I'm excited to share some information with you tonight, and I don't have very many slides, but they're action-packed. How about that? So if you remember, we started the master plan, and we are in the same spot. We are still assessing, and we're still talking to our community. And I shared with you last meeting that while Scott and I realized that we need a master plan for the district, it's become more and more evident that as we become knowledgeable about a campus, it's going to be important for us to master plan a campus at the same time that we talk about the big master plan. And we have evidence that maybe we haven't done that great in the past. We had some energy meetings today where we have Westwood campus is a good example. We have 7 energy meters on that campus because through the years we've just plopped buildings on the land and it has to be metered, and there isn't necessarily a master plan for how the campus flows, how things happen. So with that thought in mind, we've started some work with 3 campuses, and so I'm going to share that information with you tonight, that we are starting the process of talking to the community about what they'd like for their campuses. So I'd like to start with sharing with you the information that we have done at Mesa High and Mountain View. And we've started with parent engagement, and I'll share with you the next steps from there. And so what we've done is we've held 2 campus-specific meetings at each campus. So one at Mountain View and one at Mesa High. And we've called together a group of parents and we've said, what would you like for this campus? What's important to you that your children experience while they're here? What are the qualities that you think need to be improved? And what do you like that's already here? What a great conversation. We met with them for 90 minutes, used a technique with sticky notes and said, put everything down that you can think of and then sort it and give it a category and then vote. And I have some pictures to show you how that kind of came out. But this was the agenda for each of those nights for the meeting. So you'll see here, this is the work at Mountain View. Performing arts, see all the little dots at the top? Those are the dots after they put their sticky notes on, we gave them each 2 dots and said, go pick your top 2 priorities. And then we had a conversation around why most of the dots ended up there. And what was interesting to hear them talk about was that they have world-class performers. They have an orchestra who's won a national award 2 years straight, and yet the facilities don't match the performances that are coming out of there. The same exact story was told at Mesa High. the next week, that they have world-class drama performances and choirs and students winning all kinds of accolades, and yet their performing arts facilities do not meet those standards. They also said that they would like us to pay attention to the classroom environment. How are we meeting the standards set forth by the Portrait of a Graduate and making sure that our learning spaces are ready to support those ideals? And athletics. So both schools picked those three as their top areas of focus. And what we're seeing is so remarkable that it's very exciting to me, and Scott is excited too, is that the facility assessment is showing us that the areas that we're not strong at in our high schools are learning spaces and auxiliary spaces like auditoriums, cafeterias. Because when we added the 9th graders to the campuses, we added classrooms, but we didn't add additional cafeteria space, gym space, auditorium space. We just made do with what was there. And so the parents are identifying the exact things that the assessments are telling us, that in fact, those are areas that we need to pay attention to. So this was the first step. Ask the community what they think they need. And the next step will be continuing the work with the community to say, okay, we know, money is not unlimited. So how will we prioritize this over this bond period to say that these projects are what you'd like to see happen? And how will we do that? And then make a plan for the next bond period also. Same thing at Mesa High. Here's their sticky notes. You see classroom space. You see learning spaces. They were very much into our promise about getting students ready for college and community and careers, and they very much wanted us to have an eye towards not every student's going to the university, and how do we prepare them for life outside of high school. And this is the working group that we worked with at Mesa High. Very exciting work. Scott and I are very energized by the feedback that they gave us, the excitement that they brought to the table about what they'd like to see us do. Next up for these two schools will be, I will be meeting with their faculties to do the same activity with the teachers to see what their priorities are. And then I will be doing a focus group for students on each campus, hoping to achieve, I have Mesa High scheduled to happen before the winter break. I would hope to get Mountain View scheduled also, but it would be early January if it doesn't get done before winter break. So very exciting to hear what they have to say and to get moving on some of the projects that we have in mind. So there's the next steps. We will also have another parent engagement meeting. I've got some fun activities for the parents to do. The first one at Mountain View, we use our facilitators through MGT. Moving forward, Scott and I will facilitate those meetings. Any questions about the engagement at Mountain View and Mesa High? Okay, it's very fun. And then my next very fun project is Lehigh Elementary. So last time I kind of talked around it because I didn't want to spoil the surprise that was happening the next day. I almost spoiled it. I came very close. I'm very bad at secrets that are especially good news. But so we are doing a furniture refresh at Lehigh Elementary to try out these learning space ideas that we've been learning so much about how do we create collaborative spaces. The reason that Lehigh was chosen is it's a campus that doesn't need a whole lot of structural work. It just needs a furniture refresh. It's already had new carpet done in recent years, so it's primed, and we have so many teachers there who are already doing the work. So the picture here, it was the first day. So we went in and we did a big Publishers Clearinghouse surprise. They thought I was there to present on the master plan, and I was doing as someone would tell me, my terribly boring slides, but I think they're very exciting, so I wasn't offended. But they came in with balloons and a big check that said, a furniture refresh for Lehigh. And the teachers were so very excited. And our partners from SPS Architects brought snacks for them, because snacks are really good for teachers. And then we did this really cool activity that Scott and I have done at one of the workshops that we've been at. And we asked them to dream about their dream learning space for their students. What would it be? It could be anything. And I gave them Play-Doh and blocks and colored paper, and we gave them about 30 minutes to build their little models. The one on my left, so it's your left too, they want carpet that looks like a soccer field and a basketball court. They thought that would make a fun addition to a classroom. They want different kinds of seating. You don't see rows of desks there. They want different kinds of seating for kids, stools and tables. They would like that blue thing in the corner. is the sky. If you could work it out, they said, we would like our roof at Lehigh to be like Banquet Bar Park, where it opens on nice days and close on yeah, exactly. I told them they could do whatever they wanted, right? And so we're working on that. And the other classroom on the right-hand side.
Tell them maybe a solar tube.
Yeah, maybe a solar tube, maybe. The one on the right-hand side, they'd like me to figure out how to make their classroom 2 stories. It's a 1-story school. And they would like the top level to be a learning area where students, there's a table there, there's appliances. So they want to teach kids to cook and clean and have manners and have like a learning lab, a home learning lab up there on the 2nd floor. There's a slide in the corner you can't see. There's a swing there. But it was a very cool day. So we talked to them about what would they want for their students? What do they want them to experience? And this was cold, guys. I didn't give them any prepping or show them any concepts. And then we went in and we said, okay, remember those concepts I showed you several meetings ago about creating playfulness in the atmosphere without it being toys? They hit the nail on all their designs. I had a picture of a real life school design to match nearly everything they had. A bouncy floor is an outside play area. They had a bouncy floor. A green screen for hands-on activity. They had one of their classrooms had a green screen in it. So they were so excited. They were, look, we know what we're doing. I said, yes, you do. School design, you as teachers, you know what kids need, what kids want. So that was our first meeting. Our second meeting, we did a little more thinking around what do they already have. So we took called a Hack Your Classroom tour. And we walked the school and we saw what they had already, what teachers were already doing. The aha moment for us in that was that unfortunately our teachers don't visit each other enough because teachers in the own building were amazed by what their colleagues were doing because it was a different grade level or they just didn't visit there. And so they were shocked. They were like, this is so cool, I could do this. There are several teachers there doing some very thoughtful things with furniture. One of the things, Michelle, are you still here? Oh, she left. So you know the tables that are adjustable that have those silver legs and then there's the brown at the top? These teachers are pulling that silver part out and making the tables low to the ground. Michelle said, I've been buying furniture for 15 years. I've never seen anybody do that. That's amazing because that's what everybody wants is those are the most popular tables in those elementary school classrooms. The kids are sitting on little pillows from Walmart and sitting at the table and doing their math, and it's amazing to see. It's amazing to see. And it's cheap. We already have the table. Just take the little legs out. Exactly. Exactly. So how do we create an atmosphere where there's hard and soft surfaces for students to learn? So I'm talking about these things and I'm saying we, and I should tell you who's on the journey with us. So Lehigh, we have Neil and Catherine from SPS Architects working with us as consultants. We have our furniture representative from Arizona Furnishings. He's along the ride with us to talk to them about different types of furniture options. Michelle Hamilton and Karen Fleetwood, our buyers, are there to help make sure that we're paying attention to best purchasing practices. We have Serenity and Amy Uchas from professional development to make sure that we're thoughtfully thinking about how the teachers are going to use. You can't just put a whole new thing of furniture in a room and think teachers know how to teach magically. So we're being thoughtful about the PD that they get during this process. So we've done 2 meetings. We have another one tomorrow, and I'm excited about tomorrow's because Derek is actually bringing furniture. So their media center will be full of furniture for them to sit on and try and interact with. And he's going to leave a good chunk of it so they can kind of play with it for a while. So we have activities planned around that tomorrow. We will move into a smaller advisory group after this. We've been working with our whole staff. The principal was generous and gave us 3 meetings that we can meet with them. I'll do one more brief kind of wrap up with the whole staff in a couple of weeks, and then I'll pull down to an advisory group and we'll make some decisions for Lehigh. Our timeline is that we will do a community engagement activity in January with the students and the parents. We will get their feedback. We will start making decisions in February and March with kind of our hard stop at the end of March to order the furniture. so that it will be here by the end of May, so we can load it in June, and teachers can have the summer to set their classrooms and do some PD around the use of that furniture. So it's our pilot. We're gonna set it up so that other schools can come see it. It's a perfect school. Like I said, the infrastructure is there. It's a very small campus, basically 2 teachers per grade level, and people who are already engaged in this work and excited about doing it. So it was not a hard sell to get them on board to move forward with this. So very exciting things. I've created a Canvas course for them. So all of the information, all the videos, there's a discussion board in there where they're loading pictures of things they like, is all in a Canvas course that's being created that can be replicated. So once we finish with Lehigh, the master blueprint course can be replicated, and I can apply it to any school we do this with in the future. So it's very exciting.
Which have also been designed to help teachers get their continuing ed
That's right,
hours.
thank you, yes. So they're getting professional development hours as they go through this process with us.
And your team doing the documentary with you.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that too. So EdTV has come along the ride with us every step. So there's been video and still photography documenting it from the moment of planning to the surprise reveal to each meeting. The presenters are mic'd. We have going to have a great video to show when this is all done.
So you're going to have the meeting tomorrow during the early release. Is that when it all starts?
Yes, 1:45 at Lehigh. If you'd like to join us, you're welcome to come. It's very, very fun. And each time more people keep showing up. And I told them, stop telling everybody how fun this is, because it's a pretty big crowd now. But people from Tracy's department wander in and go, can I just see how this is going? Because I heard it's fun. Sure, come along. So it's been great fun. And really cool to see how the teachers think about their classrooms and what kids need and how Lehigh would benefit from it. I mean, one teacher stopped me after and she gave me a hug and she said, our enrollment is going down. I think kids will choose to come here now. I'm excited about this. So they know, and they know the impact it could have on their community. So that's exciting.
That is exciting.
Any questions about that? Tomorrow, 1:45.
We may have to post it for the board.
Yeah. Just let Martha know if there's going to be more than 2 of you there. It's exciting. It's very, very fun.
Excited. That is so cool. And there's so much enthusiasm in your voice. I can tell you're enjoying this.
I am.
And
It's very fun.
appreciate that.
Very fun. And today we also had an exciting thing happen. We launched green teams in the district. So we've been talking about our energy initiative, and Danny mentioned it as an opportunity for us for savings to change some of our fixed costs. So today we met with the 27 teacher leaders that represent our 21 high energy usage schools. So basically it's our junior highs and high schools. That's just who uses 50% of the energy in our district. It's remarkable. We taught them how to use our tool that we have called Fusebox to monitor energy usage on their campus. And it's also a place where they can set energy goals and track their goals. It's kind of like a social network for energy usage. It's kind of weird. There's a discussion board in there where they can share tips and share ideas. The teams can earn badges for the things that they've completed by uploading pictures of their activities and involving their community in this savings. So the teacher leaders all are trained and will be launching, establishing a green team on their campus. The competition starts in December through May. And in May, we'll bring back to you our Green Team Champion. And they will be awarded by percentage of improvement in energy usage and activities that they've engaged their community in. So it'll be a kind of a 2-part prize that they win. So the most unique involved community will be recognized. They will receive a monetary prize. We will buy pizza for the kids, and obviously bring them to a governing board meeting for recognition as our Green Team champions. So it is 21 schools this year with district-wide tips being shared for energy usage for the remainder, and then phase 2 is to incorporate more schools next year and more departments. So that happened today. It was very exciting. We did that this morning.
Making him come to a governing board feels like the consolation prize, not the winning prize.
Actually, they were very excited about it when I compared it to the, I know they really were. The wellness champion is what I described it as, this living trophy that we'll share every year. And they were like, that's cool. So, and they were very excited about pizza and a t-shirt. So I was thinking these are the right people to work with me.
Holly, where would we find the list of the schools and the teacher leaders
You know
that
what?
are?
I'll share that in status this week.
That would be awesome.
Yep.
Thank you.
I will do that.
Any other comments or questions? Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks.
That was very good. Enjoyed that. At this time of the evening, it's nice to get perky again. Okay.
Because then we move into compensation.
Nope, we still have one more master facilities.
Oh, okay.
So, very,
Is this the boring part?
this is the boring part. Very briefly before Mr. Holmes gets in, Dr. Holmes gets into the compensation. You have the memo, you've seen this kind of thing before, but just as a reminder, and the big question you might have is, why am I bringing you projects and we don't have the master plan done? If we do not plan for some projects now, we will not have any work going on this summer, and we feel that our schools need to move forward, that there are still very critical things we can identify that need to be done. So we've broken it up into basically 3 areas this time, and you can look through these. These are not for approval this evening. It's just for your information. Please feel free to ask me questions or email me later if there's something that you're wondering about. But basically, we're returning to very similar type work at about 10 million, kitchen renovations, restroom renovations, carpeting replacement. We've been doing this work for several years throughout the district. There's plenty of it to do. It's always good work. It needs to be done. I don't anticipate any master plan that would say don't do this, right? So this is just good work throughout the district. The next part is our HVAC. That's a little new. That's a little different. Why am I bringing 11 million in HVAC? We had a rough summer. You are all very aware that August was exceptionally hot. It pushed our systems to their limits. We had many systems who can't handle those limits anymore. We need to get this work done. Vast majority of this work is what we call package units, or basically units up on top of a roof. No matter what we decide in a master plan process, we can always pick up a unit off a roof and take it somewhere else. So never money poorly spent. Always needed in the district. Critical that we get this done. We have identified about $54 million of work just on our own before we get the master plan in this area. So 10 is just kind of hitting the top of this so that we can get through another summer with better conditioned classrooms. The other exciting part about that is that most of these projects are SFB eligible. We don't know how much will get approved, but I'm guaranteeing that 11 million will be reduced. So that is the full cost of the projects. As it's approved by SFB, that money then would revert. Instead of our bonds paying for it, the state would pay for it, and we'll reduce that dollar amount. And then finally, we're moving forward on continuing to address the security and safety of our children. We talked this evening about one of our number 1 priorities. The 11 million is really just continuation of the great work we've been doing, primarily in the area of video surveillance. We need to upgrade the systems at our elementaries, and that's going to be about a $4 million project. We are looking to put a film on glass so that it is more resistant to vandalism or other things that might happen. And it makes for a safer environment. It lets us have windows again and stop building buildings without windows and nobody can see the sky. We just heard about how the kids would like to see out of the classroom, and so would the teachers. And then finally, there are the continuation of our front office remodels and just looking to increase the management of the public as they move in and out of our schools, both with fencing and front office renovations. So that's the work that we're planning to do right now, and that's what you have in front of you. And again, read it over, have questions, let me know. Happy to address anything that might come up individually. Thank you.
In your status, could you give us an update on the reasoning for the sand volleyball courts?
I can certainly do that. In fact, I think our athletic director for the district can help me on that one. Yeah, that's been a request for some time. It is a very popular sport that is growing throughout the valley. Chandler has them, Higley has them, and Mesa is a little bit behind in addressing the need for sand volleyball. So, And we've looked at this at Higley and a few others, and I really think we can come up with something that's very reasonable cost. I think we can do it for less than $200,000 per school. But even doing it at that, it's a very reasonable cost to build these for the kind of competition and the kind of sport that it seems to be generating interest in the volleyball world. But we'll get you more information.
Madam President, members of the board, happy to talk to you this evening. Excited to talk to you this evening about compensation. As a matter of background and context, I want to start by sharing with you that this is something that I had begun looking at roughly about the month of June. And I actually thought that was in here in a background noise. Okay. I had indicated early on that I had suspected that we were probably going to need to make some changes to our compensation approval process. Fast forward to about the middle of the first quarter, and some legal opinions began to surface that I will say created a statewide conversation about this very topic. So we had a little bit of a head start on that conversation here in Mesa. That certainly would have intensified the scrutiny of what we looked at, and that brings us to this evening so that we can talk about, well, what have we been looking at, what have we done, and what are we planning on doing. So to begin, as a starting point, I'll share with you ARS 15502 states that in A, the governing board at any time may employ and fix the salaries and benefits of employees necessary for the succeeding year, which it doesn't sound like much of a directive to me, but I can assure you that what that means is that you are the body that gets to approve compensation for employees in a school district. Before we get into some specifics, I do want to make sure that we're on the same page with language, because I'm going to use some speaking to Board Member Richardson. I want to make sure that we're not speaking in language that we're not all on the same page about. So first up, working conditions and benefits. These are the documents that define the relationship between employer and employee. We have 4 sets of them, one for each of our employment groups. So that would be our teachers, our classified personnel, our supervisors, and our administrators. Compensation plan is specific to GCBA and Governing Board Policy GBDA. It actually, I'll show you this in a minute, but it calls for the development of a compensation plan. The compensation plan is actually then an article in each of the 4 working conditions. And then hiring guidelines. Within the compensation plan, there are hiring guidelines, which is effectively a set of guidelines that we follow to establish base salary or base hourly rate for our employees when they're either hired or promoted.
Where is GBDA? I looked it up in our policies and I couldn't find GBDA.
Outstanding. So I may have to double check and make sure that I appropriately reference that, and if I'll correct that.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so I want to look specifically at GCBA as a point of reference here this evening. In GCBA, it says that professional staff will be compensated according to a compensation plan developed by the superintendent and approved by the governing board. It goes on to say that the compensation plan will be implemented according to hiring guidelines and placement worksheets for certificated personnel that will be developed by the superintendent and approved annually by the board. And goes on to say that the hiring guidelines and placement worksheets will provide sufficient information to enable employees to understand how their salaries were determined for the applicable year. So this is basically what I'm going to say the basis for how we the board approval for how we out of Human Resources go about determining initial salaries and hourly rates for our employees. And then just so you know, in case you didn't, we do publicly park these on our website. They are readily found I've got basically the roadmap there up on the screen. From the MPS homepage, under departments, you would select human resources. From there, the middle picture indicates you would select information. The next screen, employee group documents, and then that takes you to a page that is represented by the bottom picture that has links to the PDFs of the working conditions and benefits for each of our 4 employee groups. So if you didn't know where to find them or weren't sure that they're publicly available, there's no secret about them. They've been up there for years, and that's how you find them. Okay, so I had indicated that we had been looking at approval processes since June. And I just outlined very quickly what that looks like for professional staff as a benchmark for you all. Which is to say that the manner in which we fundamentally go about approving compensation in the district is that the board has approved guidelines, if you will, and then we basically operationalize those out of human resources is how that works. Now, in the course of my review and with various staff, the fundamental question is, has become the process that we follow in Mesa, does that meet the standard of 15502 that the board approves compensation? And I just shared with you one sliver of that. There are other pieces that are going to relate to not necessarily base salary or hourly rates, but stipends for additional work, if you will. And so the answer to that question, does it meet that standard, depending on which question, which aspect of compensation we're talking about, ranged from I'm not sure to I don't think so. And those two answers are very clear indicators that we need to do something a little bit different. So we have, and actually effective this evening, you I believe would have noticed that our certificated and classified personnel requests look different this evening. That is a result of an internal process by which we worked to identify a better way of making sure that we are fully capturing every pay record that we put on the system. So we've had a process in place to develop the board sheets that has been up until this evening has literally been manual. I had somebody in the office told me today that one person is saving 8 hours a week, or 8 hours each board, in the manual typing that they do to develop the board sheets. Because the process that we've developed now is to simply export that information directly out of our pay system. So it's a two-part system, if you will. One, we have we changed the system to make sure that what we're inputting captures a board date and an action, if you will. And when we do that, we know that we can export that directly out without missing anything. So that's our catch, to make sure that we don't miss anything when we pull it out and present it to you for approval. So that's a change that we have made effective this evening, which is why those board sheets would have looked different to you. You probably also would have noticed that they look a little bit longer. And I will tell you that in the future they will look longer and longer and longer depending on the time of year. I will also share with you that Dr. Conley has asked Ken Alexander to take a look at our process. So internally we have done the work that we believe we have need to do, and in consultation with Dr. Conley about the changes that we need to make and have put in place to date. But that is also going to be chased with an audit out of Ken Alexander's office to verify that the work that we've done actually meets the standard that we need to make to ensure that that all compensation is approved by the board as intended by state statute. So with that in mind, I will tell you that if I want to talk about moving on to next steps, one of the big things that we need to address is we have a number of I'm going to say primarily stipends and some initial placements that, and quite a few, quite frankly, that we're not convinced meet the threshold that's required. And what I mean by that is we believe that the board would have approved something at some point, that there's language in our documents, be it the working conditions, employee handbook, or wherever, that establish a reason for somebody to receive a stipend. But we've not been able to verify that. So with that in mind, and in conjunction with a meeting that Dr. Conley and I attended maybe 3-ish weeks ago at ASA, where an attorney with Gus Rosenfeld in addressing superintendents from across the valley and state, had recommended that districts consider ratification of prior compensation being salary placements, hourly rate placements, and stipends back up 7 years. So in light of what I'm going to tell you is our uncertainty about the validity of past approvals, that is something that we have been actively preparing to do. We've got quite a bit of that data pulled together, and it's something that we're planning to present to you at an upcoming board meeting. Okay, so with that, I will take questions that you have.
How long do you think the process will take to kind of get it up to where you're caught back up and then into a normal routine?
I believe, I believe we're fundamentally there. There was a little bit of glitchiness with our data poll the first time around. There's a couple of things that internally we need to fix, that we'll fix by the next board. There's at least one process that we need to look at that may take a little time, but for the most part, the majority of it is up to speed, for lack of a better way of putting it.
The internal review itself will probably take up to 6 months, just to make sure we have a checks and balances in place and looking at our regulations. And we'll keep the board up to date through status and one-on-one conversations with you around what his findings are within the internal review, and then double checking those again with payroll and finance. And also keeping in mind that we have meet and confer coming towards us and making sure the compensation packages are in line with what our policy says we need to do for board approval.
I guess that was one of mine as I perused the compensation, the scale. I noticed that it's arranged alphabetically as we approve stipends, and I'm wondering if there's a way, I don't know how to do it, upload it for us so that it would be, we could group it by type of stipend as well. Because for me, I'm like, well, I don't even know. Is that how much is that the stipend we give people for that? You know, how would and so would it be better to see all the professional developments, or have us have the ability to click and see all the professional development stipends together, or so that because we talk about the range, am I making sense to you?
Sure, we can. I mean, at the end of the day, that export is a spreadsheet. So
yeah, it's an Excel sheet, right?
Yeah, so that's easy enough. You just sort by that and then by name. That's not,
because then we can sort by the different categories and go, okay, it doesn't look like this. I don't know. Vacation buyback is out of line with others, or
It's too hard to look for the threads.
yeah, we can't see the threads when it's arranged alphabetically.
One of the things that we need to do is do a cross-check of, I'll say additional compensation, because the board approves specific salary schedules for specific items. For instance, National Board Certified Teachers. I believe that we have some opportunity to take a look at what we're currently paying in additional compensation and put it over to a salary schedule that we stay consistent with, that then the board approves as a whole, just like you do as a base salary for a teacher. So you're not doing it line item by line item, but by chunks of positions.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
And that's part of the internal audit, right? Are there large numbers of positions or additional compensation that we're paying that we need to place over onto the additional compensation salary structure?
Notice that you've got some in public content and some in administrative content. So down in the administrative content, if you could, dump that into an Excel spreadsheet where you can put a filter on it or something like that, it would make it easier for us if possible. Something along those lines.
You'd like us to upload it as an Excel? Okay, I think.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, sure.
I also want to say this is in light of, truly the spirit of transparency, and that everything we do always is a public record. And I hear it loud and clear in what you're stating is comments to the public around the commitment with the override, how important that is. And that is our ever pressing as we move through all of these huge gains in our district, having a master plan and a strategic plan and having all of those things that we're doing. It's always in light of transparency and knowing that there's always room for improvement.
Okay, any other questions?
Okay, thank you very much.
And Dr. Holmes, as always, thank your staff. This is extra work and a lot of extra things, so tell them.
They're actually saving time with this new process a little bit.
8 hours of typing at least, but yeah,
For at least
thank
one
you.
individual, yeah.
Thank you.
On the documents, I don't know what happened to my sheet.
Yeah, last board meeting, I committed to take the two different documents that we had. One that was the pledge, and the other then, which was kind of how we operate as a board, and try to decide what to do with those. So I sat down one evening to go through that process. I started off with, what are other districts doing? So I'd like to share with you as quickly as I can and concisely. I'll try and give you the Clef Note of my findings versus the whole trail. And if you want to go about the whole trail, we can do that at another time. And I've had a chance to talk to a little bit with Helen as well to get her perspective on it. So with that said, were you able to connect up?
Yes, I just have to let them know to display my computer, and then I will drive as you speak.
Okay. So first thing I did when I was going out, I've asked Helen to present then on our screen for us here, the Paradise Valley, their website. And this is not to highlight theirs, it's an example. If we look at the Paradise Valley one, and I used Paradise Valley because of Julie Bacon. Julie is the past president of ASBA. I've known her through the legislative committee. She also works for ASBA on their governmental or on their board relationships, et cetera. And I view her then as somewhat of an expert on these policies. And wanted to get it, and also I felt like I could ask her a question about, well, what are you seeing other districts doing? What policies, how are things structured? What are we doing? So with that said, on their website, they've got kind of three different groups of things. One, they've got their view the board norms. If you click on that one, that's the document that Jenny and Marcy started off with, that became a pledge, and that Marcy has then suggested that we rename now and as attached to this document as our board code of conduct. And she took that code of conduct that was here last board meeting and tried to then change it to wording that fit portrait of a graduate and make it more in line with that document. And so my recommendation, first of all, on that document is that on our website, and probably also then we can talk about where in board docs we'd put it, but predominantly put on our website as here are our board code of conduct. that at the beginning of each year, we review that code of conduct, we make any tweaks we want to it, and then we all sign it and publish it, that's our code of conduct. So that's recommendation number one that I have on that. The second thing then, and this kind of goes to the question I had, when we signed this proclamation today, where do those things go? And so they've got over on the left-hand side there called exhibits. And they've got some things, they've got their Red for Ed exhibit there and governing board school safety. So it's not things that are sitting in their policies, but it's things that they've proclaimed. Now, I think in talking with Helen, if we can somehow get a driver that drives it to our board docs, we can probably put that, whether we put it within board docs or we put it here on our website, but somehow a repository where people can come and see what have we agreed to or committed to or proclaiming, and a place to hang that. Now, more importantly then, as we shift then, what are our policies? So if you click on over there on their right, yes, click on that accept on the, so this takes into what's called the ASBA policy bridge. And in talking with Helen, I should have known this, I've been on the board. We tried to put and work with this at Mesa Public Schools a few years ago, Helen and Tom. And they worked with it and then decided it was difficult enough they wanted to put it into board docs. So our policies are sitting in board docs. Now, if you look at this, if you go ahead and click on the one so she already got clicked on. If you look, you'll see along and through you'll see a copyright symbol after a lot of those documents. That copyright symbol means it's been copyrighted by ASBA and it's in compliance then with Arizona state laws and regulations, and quite often is modeled somewhat after the National School Board Association standards. Most of as I looked at this, what's in here, and then I compared that to what we currently have sitting in our board docs, they're pretty similar. There's some updated and cleaning that needs to take place on that, and I think we should go back and reapprove those so that we can get a 2020 or 2019 date on them instead of 18. Well, some are 1984, 1984, 1987, way back. But get more current dates that that we attest to those times. So, action items then would be, update what we have in board docs. Now at the last time we had a first read on modifying policy. Which one were we modifying, Helen? What were we doing?
We were trying to do board responsibilities. Board powers and duties.
Yeah, BBA. Okay, BBA that we have is pretty much identical to what is sitting on ASBA's policy bridge. So my recommendation is we don't change this drastic like we were proposing. Leave it the way it is. We do need to, you can see here's an example of February 10th, 1987, on the date that it was adopted. But go through and clean those up.
Is there a way on board docs to put like a review date? So adopted and then reviewed and put the current date? Sorry. Okay. Because that would be appropriate.
Right.
That every 5 years to have just a review rotation schedule.
Another thing I'd suggested is that we go through and look on ours and say what additional policies do we want to put into place. So for instance, there's a BAA, evaluation of school board / board self-evaluation. How are we going to evaluate ourselves? What's our policy? We can put that out there. And there's other policies, but we can compare that with other districts and come up with what we want to do and tweak it to what meets our needs. Be my recommendation on that. Probably the last thing I wanted to go over then would be, I asked Julie, so when it doesn't fit on board docs, it's not on your website, where do you put it? Where does it go? So for instance, one thing we're talking about today is the responsibilities of a board president. Can you give me some examples of those? And she really didn't have anything that was common amongst other boards that had, here's what our board policies is, or here's how you elect on a board president. And so my recommendation is we have something like an administrative procedures book or manual. Helen was suggested that we put that on board docs. My initial reaction being from an accounting background where you don't want to disclose any more than you have to. We have transparency, but we also, you also get held accountable for what you disclose, and if you don't have to, and it's not necessary, then I'd prefer at least initially to keep it in the administrative contact, but have then within there, so for instance, back to the original document that you and Kiana put together, I think that would go into our administrative policies. What's the policies, and use that as perhaps then as a new board orientation document. And in a section, the new board orientation, here are the do's and the don'ts. Here's the pieces of that. So the thing that we're working on tonight, on the roles of a president, would go into our board's administrative manual. The election of a president goes into that manual, and we have a place to put it. So that's, in summary, was my findings and recommendations. So in conclusion, then the next steps or actions I would recommend then would be, one, that one of us look at cleaning up the existing policies we have, and then setting up the framework for how we're going to hang the rest of the documents that we come up with in working with Casey. And if someone wants to volunteer to do that, that's fine. I'll be glad to volunteer to do it as well, so whichever.
You've gotten, well, I guess I'll just speak for me. You've done already a lot of the legwork in this and gotten some good information. It's on. I just wasn't leaning up enough, I think. Anyway, you've done a lot of the legwork, and I think if you're willing to do that, that would be great. I don't know what anyone else thinks, but I think that would be, I say go for it. Yes. If you're willing.
Please. Okay, I'll do.
That'd be great. And I appreciate all the background work you have done in getting this information to us, and it's very helpful. It keeps things streamlined, so we aren't becoming cumbersome with things. We're doing it appropriately, and I appreciate that. Okay, then that's where we'll move forward in that direction of getting that. And then the next, what would you recommend the next thing to do? We've decided that you're going to be working with Helen on the policies, making sure those are consistent and updated. And then we're going to start with creating a handbook, right? Based on your recommendation.
I'll probably initially work with, unless Helen feels otherwise, it would be to work with Casey. Okay. And so I need to get with her and see what her schedule and workload is. I would envision the first round, that would be probably in the first of the year.
Okay, great work. Everybody, this was definitely a collaborative effort, so I appreciate it. Okay, on to what looks like the final one is the president and clerk election and roles and responsibilities. Now, I'll tell you what I received last week, the draft from both Stephen and Marcy, and they had two separate documents, one for the roles and responsibilities and one for the selection of board president and clerk. I then got a document from Jenny and Kiana, and their document combined both, and I then took the two documents and merged them. And it was easier to merge what was in Kiana and Jenny's into Marcy and Stephen, and that's what you see in red. And so if everyone has had an opportunity to look at that, I would ask for any discussion, comments, questions, concerns now about the process and what you learned from doing it.
Okay, so based on what Board Member Peterson has mentioned, we really use the ASBA handbook and tried to follow that language and clean up our documents in according. So the document that we came up with was really based on a lot of the language from the ASBA handbook, and we tried to outline clearly the president's roles and responsibilities, and then the clerk's roles and responsibilities. So what I would like is if Kiana or Jenny could please explain number 5 under letter A, because that's in red. You have added that to the document. No?
We didn't add it, Elaine, I'm sorry. We didn't, we submitted our own separate thing. Elaine looked and said, okay, what was not covered in the document? We didn't add that in red.
Okay.
Elaine added that in red.
From your document.
Right.
And then I
And she-
added so that you could look at the documents merged, both ideas in one document. So where that came from.
Yes, so it was, tell me, Elaine, if I'm speaking, Madam President, if I'm speaking out of turn, but, anything that maybe we modified or wouldn't have been covered in what you and Stephen prepared in black, because we were not following your formula at all. Kiana and I were almost just like brainstorming, we were just saying, what would it look like if we were drawing this up? And so because we did not use an existing policy as a format. And so she is looking to say, when Kiana and I met, we said one of the things we think a board president would do, we would like to establish that the board has a budget that we know about, and the board president would kind of be in charge of overseeing how that money's spent, or how individual board members' spending of it aligns to our strategic plan. How are we as board members operating that? And that was just something that we thought was missing from any conversation about a board president before. Does that make any sense?
That you're asking, Marcy, if I read you right, maybe I'm not, but are you asking if you think that is a responsibility that a board president should?
I just wanted to hear discussion on it.
Okay.
So when it says the president will assume more responsibility for financial oversight, are we talking about budgetary process? Are we talking about the district, or are we just talking about the board?
She copied that straight from what we wrote, and that was up for conversation. What would you like it to be? I mean, I don't have a.
Is that financial oversight for the district, or is that financial oversight for the board?
To both, a little bit to me.
Okay.
That it would be that the board president would maybe have, if there were conversations to be had and the board president felt like, you know what, we need to explore this further, then they would maybe have more frequent contact with Mr. Thompson or Mr. O'Brien about those things than we would have, even though we would all be free to bring up concerns and we're all responsible for oversight. They would take a larger role in that.
Okay.
So are you, I'm hearing you saying that a liaison, more a liaison to the board over financials, not necessarily being more oversight per se, but more of a liaison so that the board is aware of budget issues that are brought to their attention, that they aren't missed because just for a variety of reasons we miss things, that the board president would take a higher role or a higher responsibility in making sure that the governing board has appropriate information on budget. Is that maybe more of is that the way I understand it? Kiana?
Clear understanding.
Here's my thoughts on it. On that one, I would probably put that one under, in our document, we had some shared responsibilities. I'd probably put that in the shared with the president having maybe responsibility to see that it's addressed and getting it assigned to a board member to be that liaison for the board if we needed to, more additional meetings. But, kind of like, I think Marcy and I thought, we didn't want to have just the board president be the person that was the face for all of our meetings, whether it be the new teacher orientation, whatever it may be, that the board president, I think in conjunction with the clerk, I think we put in ours, would see that happened, but it could be a shared one. So I'd probably put that oversight with the shared. Two, I think that the actual monitoring of the budget for the board would be a good assignment for the clerk. The president could make sure that we have a budget set for the board. And then have the clerk monitor that and report to the board for that one. One of the items that's in Jenny and Kiana's document that I didn't see pulled forward that I wanted to have some discussion on was the topic about the board clerk gathering ideas for the agenda. And my thought on that one was probably needs to stay with the president. Unfortunately, because of the open meeting laws, we have so few touch points we can have with the other board members outside of our open meetings that we needed to probably minimize just that one person to make those connections as best we could.
So we thought about that, and we thought that the way we are, and this is a conversation to have, that currently, if I have a concern that I would like to talk about on the agenda, I bring it up to Elaine, and Elaine meets with Dr. Connolly and Kiana and says, well, here's a thing that board member Richardson would like to talk about. And so it's not actually, because already they're meeting together to plan the agenda. So does that mean it's already broken open meeting law? We're not discussing it, we're just talking about putting it on the agenda. We were looking at a way to, as Kiana and I have both served as a clerk, we have sometimes felt like we are very uninvolved, that we have very few responsibilities. It's almost like you sign a paper here or there, and so we were looking for a way to maybe to engage the clerk more, while the president had so many responsibilities, that the clerk's engagement would be a little more in acting as a board liaison. And we worried about open meeting laws. Would that create a problem? But we didn't see that it created any more contact than is currently happening. But we could be wrong in that assumption, but that was our thought process.
Well, we had a similar thought process. We thought that the clerk should have more responsibilities, and so we devised four sections, and thought that the clerk could assist newly elected board members, could direct professional development activities, and collaborate with the president and support the work of the board. Clearly, the clerk really didn't have assigned responsibilities. And we thought these would be very helpful, particularly for new board members, and to sustain the education of the current board members. And that could be, that piece could be the responsibility of the clerk.
For me, I'm in agreement with that. I think those are great. I think that our conversation was born out of the same issue. Yeah. That I think our clerks are often uninvolved, and we would like them to assume more leadership on the board.
Exactly. That was our...
Well, when I read under collaborate with the president, number 1, that's what I thought you were saying in your document. That's why there's nothing in red there, because I thought it duplicated that thought. So
I'm good with that. Are you good with that?
Very good with that. What I did understand from what board member Peterson was saying was actually the opposite of our thinking. Right. Everything he described, or that we subscribe to the clerk, he's actually giving to the president, and I'm good with
I'm fine
both
with that
of them
too. It doesn't,
as well. That's
we were just looking at a division of responsibilities.
It just actually, the roles are the financial piece that you're saying, the financial liaison, and then actually doling that out. Actually, like you said, just actually flipping how we have that subscribed. That would be good.
And I think it molds nicely with our last agenda items, Stephen, that you looked at, and because Kiana and I were not trying to model under any existing policy. We were just chatting about what we thought it could look like. And so aligning it more the way you and Marcy did is a much different approach than we had, but we are very comfortable with your approach.
Well, and I think it was very helpful, at least for me and Marcy, to go through it, because I've served 3 years and still didn't, 3 times as president, and still didn't know fully, I thought lead the meetings and that's about it. So this was very helpful to go through. And another thing that was in that original document that Marcy and I were looking at was that the board president was the face to the media. And Marcy and I talked about it, and he said, sometimes the president's not the best person to be the media. Sometimes we want to leave it with communications. Sometimes it's Kiana. And so rather than putting that squarely on the president, maybe the president and the clerk can, or the president can direct that, but let's keep it at a board, kind of a general board shared responsibility. And that's why we put it down as kind of a shared piece with it.
And when I looked at the descriptors of what the qualifications for president you'd want to look at, I looked at those as obviously they wouldn't need to have all of them, but we wanted to have an idea of important assets that we'd want to consider when choosing a president rather than it just being a rotating position. But certainly depending on the year ahead, some of the qualifications that help the board to be a stronger board and stronger functioning, but that the board could collectively decide what attributes different individuals had that might be best service for the board for the year ahead. So it gave a variety of things to look at, not necessarily meaning that the next board president has to have all of those things. And I would think you all agreed with that anyway, but that's why there's so many to look at. But great qualities that you would, because one board member may have a few and another board member may have more qualities, and so then you have to weigh out which one for that year. But it gives some options and it gives some criterias to look at so that it has some meaning, and also it also helps the board have depth in their ability to handle different things, decisions, and things that they go through every year.
So what I'm hearing for changes on this one then are, one, the clerk takes on the responsibility for monitoring the budget for the school board. Someone gonna write, modify?
Before you do that, can I have one more question with under the board president, where I added the red of Ginny and Kiana's. There's a duplicate in there. It's the third bullet, possesses needed expertise and or skill set for the year of service. Oh, and then I included that, let me see, what did I? It's the same under number 2, it says consider the question based upon the issues and challenges the board will face in the coming year. Who has the best skill to lead the board in addressing these issues? One is a qualification that seems to have more weight of consideration. The other is asking the question, how would you want that, where would you want that to be listed? One seems a little bit stronger statement than the other, so more of a significant position. So that was my question and the reason there was duplication there.
So we pull it out. One way would be to pull it out of the number 1 heading of possesses needed expertise and leave and have it be in number 2.
Yeah, that's one way or the opposite. Whichever you think is the more emphasis you want on that particular qualification. Before we go on to that, I'd want to ask, which way do you feel comfortable with that? Because right now we don't want it the way it is.
You pointed out again to me, Elaine, the piece we're looking at.
The third bullet in red,
Okay.
possesses, compared to number 2.
Okay.
And the only difference is, this one is, these are the qualifications, whereas number 2 is consider the question. So it's just less of important, it designates less importance by asking just consider it, whereas in here it's one of the qualifications. That's the only question. Which one do you want it to be in, because there's the same thought?
I like number 2 and removing the third bullet point, because I think that number 2 asks a question, and that question asks us to consider it. And so I think that's a good way to deal with it.
Okay.
And my thought too is we're not going to get the perfect president. So I guess that's why Marcy and I used the word consider with it.
Okay, so we'll do that if everyone's okay with that. And now you can go back to.
I was just trying to summarize back on the governing board roles and responsibilities, trying to summarize what it is we have decided to do.
Number 5.
Yeah.
We're talking about number 5 now on governing board roles and responsibilities, president letter A, number 5.
Yeah, so on
Okay.
number 5, my recommendation would to clean that up a little bit to refer to, I guess, probably 2 responsibilities. One, establish a budget for the board in conjunction with the superintendent. So a board budget. And then oversee the monitoring of the district budget? Or how would you want to word that? And this kind of Jenny and Kiana's thoughts on that one. What's your... And that would be monitor, and once again, monitor as in you would assign a board member if needed, or you would, however you wanted to oversee that. Doesn't mean you do it, but you see that happens.
I think we just looked at dividing. I don't think we read as deeply into it as you are. I think we thought we want to separate the responsibilities of financial a little bit, or beef up the financial responsibilities we have as a board, the way we talk about it, and we just thought they're going to assume more financial, including the establishing of and the monitoring of a board budget, which we have never understood to know what it is. And then, you know, as board members, we all have the responsibility to be very clear and understanding of the budget. But there may be more budget processes. For instance, Stephen, you serve on an audit committee. You know, so it doesn't, I'm fine if you want to strike that in there and we want to reword it some other way.
Things is to have the responsibilities of kind of oversight and keeping it on the agenda. Like if there's something that we need to focus on regarding the budget, or there's questions about it, having the responsibility to say, okay, I'm making a timeline, say Elaine's looking at this part and talking to Scott Thompson, we're going to have a check-in, and just keeping that to
monitoring the budget.
Well, I think if you look at B3, that the president will conduct meetings of the board and facilitate board processes. Aren't you describing really a process there that would, facilitate the conduction of a meeting? I frankly, the board president assuming responsibility for financial oversight scares me to death. I don't have that kind of expertise. I don't know if every board president would have that kind of expertise. And are we then making the board president more of an exclusive position rather than an inclusive position? Because it seems to me a good board president could do all of these things, but then financial responsibility seems pretty daunting.
Let's take that out.
And at the end of the day, the governing board is a body and a board that appoints the superintendent to administer the budget. So sometimes getting in the effort of being able to clarify sometimes bind your hands. So it's just a cautionary in writing details.
So strike the first 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words in that line that Elaine hasn't read, and just say the board represent the governing board and assist in establishing a board budget for travel, conferences, and we can have an assignment to the clerk to be the president along with the superintendent maybe helps establish the budget, and the clerk can help track the expenditures of those on the board, just helping us monitor ourselves or set priorities on professional development we would attend. That's great with me.
I do agree, but I do want to say that I did very much like the idea when Stephen was talking about being that liaison for clarification, understanding, keeping things on track, because not in the so distant past, we kind of were talking about, okay, we're looking for these numbers, we're trying to figure out some things, and I think it's important, whether it's 2 of us, 3 of us, 1 of us, that we have something in process that keeps those things on track. Sometimes our meetings run long, like tonight, and we defer a matter over to another meeting, or another meeting, or another meeting, and then we sometimes move on, and then we go, hey, we forgot to check in on this item. So that's the spirit of part of what's going on with that, not necessarily to have ultimate oversight, but some process for us keeping those inquiry items on track.
Track of what's going on, what needs to come up, what hasn't been completed. But I think that's covered in that one item that Marcy referred to. And that it should be the case for all different subjects, not just financial.
Right.
So that would be my take on that.
So what I've got in hearing in summary is tweak 5 to focus on the board budget. Add one for the clerk to monitor the board budget. And then I would recommend under shared responsibilities more of an emphasis than that something in there, the wording about, focusing on doing the best we can to understand or monitor the budget, but put that under shared.
Yes, that's when you said the shared responsibility and maybe having that liaison piece is what I'm saying. The idea of just kind of throwing that first part out, I don't think we need to totally throw it out for the simple fact, even with dividing all of our responsibilities, it's good to have whether we're saying we're equally members, whether it's the president or the clerk, someone's like keeping that part on task. That's one of our largest responsibilities, to actually have like a follow-up piece and accountability for that follow-up.
So my recommendation then would be let's incorporate these, adopt it, and then a year from now, let's reassess it. But we'll get something in writing and close this chapter.
I'll do that. I'll finish it off and we'll move forward. If everyone's okay with that, we'll move forward and get it in the handbook.
So we've got these changes, and then on the selection of a board president, we finalized that document. That one's good?
Yeah, I think it's excellent.
I was happy with it.
Okay. If there isn't
So
anything else-
I've got, because we got two documents, so we've got documents with red ink and documents that don't have red ink. So we're talking about the additional 4 bullets that I think came from your committee. That's what we would like to set forth.
With the adjustments we talked about.
That's correct. That's correct. And then we would add 4 bullet points to number 1, and we would add a 4th bullet point.
Or number 4.
Under qualifications. Number 4, excuse me. 4 bullet points in number 1 and addition of number 4. Just to be clear. Okay.
Job, really good job. Okay. Board Member Richardson, it's your turn.
So excited, but before I call for the adjournment of the meeting, I want us to sing happy birthday to our board president. I'm sorry, Elaine, it has to be done, and I won't call for the
And
adjournment
we have a new
until it's done.
grandbaby to celebrate, to sing double happy birthdays.
Oh, happy birthday to baby Alexander.
That's
Elaine
right.
and Alexander.
Okay.
Ready? Who's pitching us?
All right, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Elaine and Alexander. Happy birthday to you.
James was thrilled by that. James, did you record it? You're going to play it for us later? And I move that we adjourn this meeting.
Sure, you're all very appreciative of that.